Good evening, everybody. Welcome to the show. Hi. I'm David Sponheim, and this is Technology Thursday. Welcome to the show. Hi. We're going to get into our chat in just a second. Thank you for appearing in the show and participating. We are an interactive broadcast, and everything we do is live, extemporaneous, impromptu, not scripted at all. We never have gone off a script. Unlike Barack Obama, which we all know he read off a script almost entirely during his time as president. And Donald Trump hasn't had a real big press conference. We're going to see how he's going to handle it. The anger issue, always an issue, something we always have to be concerned about, the fact that Donald is so angry. It's not good for relations with other countries when you have this problem. And Barack Obama had the same problem, egomaniacal issues. Not being willing to accept fault, and now psychiatrists are now saying that Donald Trump is suffering from malignant narcissism. It's just unbelievable. Using a script has been a net loss for people around the internet. You see people doing it all over the world. If it isn't impromptu, it doesn't really capture people and get that essence of the moment. If it's scripted and they go through focus groups and recite crap out of a speechwriter's wet dream, would they end up, people just don't realize that the person's real. I think with Barack Obama, we realized that he just didn't have it in him to really do what needs to be done and get his hands dirty and fix this country. That's the big problem with him, and I think Donald Trump has the same problem. He's been raised with a gold spoon in his mouth, and he has no idea what the average man is going through. And that's one of the reasons why I do that cookie show, which I just finished, by the way. It is a way for people to save money. You could make a meal for 50 cents if you're careful. I mean, a good meal, not some average meal, but something people really go, wow, this tastes fantastic. All right, you're eating the recipe I made? All right, let's do this. Hey, a person who's been critical of Putin for some time is near death. Yeah, one of Putin's vehement critics in Russia has been poisoned. Not once, but twice. Somebody got in there and tried to kill him again. His body is failing. His organs are completely shutting down. Yeah, it's pretty sad. A political foe of Russian President Vladimir Putin is in critical condition after he was poisoned in Moscow last week. And this is going on now for about 7 days. A Russian opposition party leader, Vladimir Kara-Murza, who suffered a similar fate 2 years ago, was rushed to a hospital after he ingested a hazardous substance and suffered organ failure. Now, what this is probably polonium, a dangerous radiation that's been used by the Russian government to kill people. And this is the Putin that you want to be friends with, the Putin that you want to somehow embrace and do business with. You people that voted for Trump have really a serious learning curve to go on and realize that Russia is indeed our enemy and we shouldn't have inside access to the Trump administration. I know. Average men use a paring knife on fruits and vegetables and a meat cleaver on meat. My whole thing about cooking, I use a separate knife for the meat and a separate knife for the vegetables. Don't cross-contaminate. Yeah, I know. Trump is such a whiny crybaby. I agree. I totally agree. And that's been the problem. All he does is complain about the media, blame the messenger. It was obvious he didn't win the popular election, Trump. And he claims that they want to do a revote. And Howard Stern says that Trump never wanted to be president. That's why he wants the recount. So you got to wonder, you got a guy as president who never really wanted to be president, according to his friend Howard Stern, wanting a recount because he doesn't think he won the election. This is the weirdest confluence of events I've ever seen in my life. But this poor guy is struggling to survive to be that one vocal voice in Russia that stands up against Putin. They want to suppress anybody who comes out against them, just like they did during the Soviet Union. This is not unusual in this country, in Russia. Okay, we don't want to become Russia. And you remember that Putin was an ex-KGB agent. Thank you very much. We have a KGB agent in the room, by the way, Meow TV. He comes in all the time. He openly announces he's a KGB FSB agent. He's been in our room for 8 years. Well, you can blame the messenger with Howard Stern. He's just saying from his gut what he thinks Donald Trump is like. He said Donald Trump doesn't want to be president. He wants to be liked. And he's not getting liked. And that bothers him. I grew up in a world where I wasn't liked. I've grown up with people not liking me throughout my entire life. I've got people that just dislike me because I'm open and I tell it the truth. I speak my mind. I don't worry about that. I don't want to be liked. I want to fix the country. As much as I appear like a nice guy, I'm pretty stern and I'm pretty fair too. But I don't want to be liked. It's not that important to me. I don't care if you like me or not. It doesn't matter to me. You see, that's the difference between me and Trump and Obama. I'm willing to be, Noam Chomsky likes me. Oh, that's nice of him. Tell him hello from me. I don't know him personally, but I just really think that we need to move on to the next question here. Technology Thursday. Let's see what's on board here. This is the ultimate technology for making Death Star-sized structures. Apparently, we're going to have the technical feasibility in the next 20 years. It's amazing. So this is the projected view that they're going to somehow be able to create a Death Star outside the Earth that will be able to protect us. We can inhabit. This is about as whacked out as science fiction can get. But they're claiming that the Death Star will have a range of 160 to 900 kilometers in width. The structure, the two near-term technologies which could be applied to making a Death Star-sized structure are space bubbles and robotic spider fab construction. You're learning something every day, aren't you? In 2007, Devon Crow of PSI Corporation created a study for NASA's advanced innovative concepts for making large space structures from bubbles that are made rigid using metals or UV curving. That's pretty cool. Yeah, bubbles, space structure bubbles. So this is 20 years away. So if the Earth does become completely contaminated with this massive radiation flow from Fukushima, and we have to somehow get off of the Earth, and I don't want this as an inevitability, because believe me, I want to protect this Earth. I was the one that wanted to fix Fukushima 8 years ago with my ideas, but here we are, still talking about it. But I don't want to escape planet Earth because I love this Earth and I want to take care of it. But people like Stephen Hawking, who has an IQ point below mine, he wants us to leave the planet. And that's not realistic for all of us. So if you all want to live, and which I know you do, you need to make this Earth work. And the best way to do that is to get me to the White House ASAP. Seriously. My complete, almost obsession with fixing Earth's problems has led me to writing a book called Hybrid Capitalism. And we've created concepts which we will actually create fresh water and electricity using very low-cost methods without even using fossil fuel. And all of these in our book, which we have on sale at the store for 99-cent download or $14.99 to purchase a paperback, will give you a hint as to what we're all about. So that's what we want to do. In no way is it communism, and you just got banned. Yeah, so there you have it. You can write your own book on how to fix the world. Yeah, everyone should. I urge everybody to come up with ideas too. And if you have any good ideas, please, tell me about it in the chat or email me. We've got a few ideas that our viewers have created. One guy came up with an idea of putting a large kinetic generator on top of rooftops. At the very top of a roof, you've got all kinds of wind blowing. And something like that could be retrofitted when we create our solar panel rooftop system. This is a user-created idea that actually makes a lot of sense. I don't have the pic right now, but maybe I do. Let's take a look. Yeah, here it is. The horizontal windmill and solar rooftop concept. Isn't that a neat idea? So say you're facing west or south or wherever, and you get wind going in there, and you have little kinetic generators along that tube. And the top of your roof not only picks up wind from just generally going, but it also picks up the banked wind off the top of your roof. So it could actually generate electricity. This was an idea generated by one of our listeners, supporters. Yeah. We have over 300 million viewers. The estimates varies depending on how many people are watching. Yeah. We are getting more viewers nightly than the Super Bowl, which is kind of amazing. And we don't monetize, so I'm not selling advertising or anything. Yeah, it's really cool. So this is by far the weirdest idea I've ever seen. And these giant space bubbles really do look promising. So yes, we will move in this direction with a Death Star, but we also have to fix the planet, okay? So let's just not abandon the planet like so many other people, like Obama and Trump doesn't care about the planet. He absolutely doesn't believe that California is facing a drought when it is clearly in a drought state. This guy is in denial or something. Now let's go to the next link here and see what this is. This is a really cool website. Somebody just came up with this as a response to Trump becoming president. And you could put anything here and say, what's going to be illegal? Water. Water is now illegal. Okay, what else do you want here? Snow. Snow will become illegal too. Yeah. Snowflakes. That's right, snowflake. Here we go. Snowflakes is now illegal. Yeah. Snowflakes, plural, is now illegal. So yeah, have fun with that one. There it is. Yeah, that was a really cute website. Well, let's be clear. Barack, Michelle Obama vacationing on Richard Branson's private island. I'm trying to clear some links here. There he is. Obama windsurfing. And First Lady, apparently they're back together again. They realize that they have more money when they go to cash out their Cayman Island accounts together than separately. So maybe money is a binding force in their life. There he is, taking a tumble. That'll be great. That'll be me someday. Not. Okay, there he is. Feeling how great it is to have lied to the American people for 8 years, pretending to be straight and not a Muslim. And then becoming now a really rich guy. He and Michelle have, I don't know how much money. Yeah, they just snaked away all kinds of money. No one knows how much money they have. And Michelle and Barack both are, it's experiencing a same-sex gender relationship, which is kind of special. If you think that Michelle is not a dude, I think you need to look at this video. Yeah. And let's get this out of the way because many of you have seen this time and time again. It's not something I want to waste the whole night talking about, but you got to see this video. This confirms what Joan Rivers said 1.5 months before she was killed, that Michelle is a dude.
And do you think that the country will see the United States will see the first gay president or the first woman president?
We already have it with Obama, so let's just calm down.
Got it.
You know Michelle is a trans.
I'm sorry, she's a what?
A transgender. We all know.
Oh my gosh.
Yep, there you go. Some people say that's just a tampon pad that got loose. Some people say it's a colostomy bag. Some people say it's a microphone battery that was hanging down in his groin area. Yeah, I believe that Michelle's a dude, and I don't have a problem with the fact that Michelle is a tranny. I don't have a problem with that. I don't have a problem with Barack being gay. I have a problem with him lying about everything, and her lying about or him lying about everything. Dave, you do look like Ellen. You think I look like Ellen DeGeneres? You think I'm a female? Really. I'm not anything like Ellen DeGeneres. Degenerates. Yeah, I don't even look a bit like him, her. Her, him. Her. Dave, you do. You look like you look just like Ellen DeGeneres. Wow. You tell me if I look at all like Ellen DeGeneres. Just right off the top. Just tell me flat out, Dave, you look just like Ellen DeGeneres. Okay? Let's take a look. Aside from the lack of a hooked nose, yeah, I definitely do, yeah. Hi, everybody. It's me, Dave. I'm your next president. How are you? I'm so glad we can have this show and talk like this. I am a facial contortionist, so aside from my massive upper lip, I have to shrink that. And there I am. Hi, everybody. I'm a facial contortionist. Yep, that was fun. It's David DeGeneres. Yeah, she has kind of that nose that goes down a little bit. And I'm going to do something with my hair in a few minutes. Sarah was, yeah, we're just not there yet. We usually do a hair remake here. There we go. Okay, that's a little better. I made an amazing miso ginger. He's amazing. A miso ginger pork and beans dish. Amazing. I mean, what a great infusion of flavors. I can't wait to start eating it. You're so ginger. Now, this is a very interesting picture. I'm going to play it for you. It's white noise from the frozen Arctic. Yes. Dum 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 Trump. I'm working on some music to kind of a country western kind of retro thing. White noise sounds of the frozen Arctic Ocean with polar ice breaking idling, creating delta waves. This is a 10-hour video, so sit back. We'll just start watching it. This is what it's like stuck there for 10 hours. Yeah. It's slowly breaking. This is how hard it is to get through the polar ice caps. You can eat a penguin, but I wouldn't recommend it. Leave it on in the background. It's very loud. You can actually see the ice getting thicker. Really. Let's go fast forward for a second and see where we're at. Let me go 4 hours into this. Yeah, it's pretty much nighttime now, 4 hours later. The guys are in their bunks, reading a good Hustler magazine. Because apparently, I don't know, what do guys read on board ships? 6 hours and 39 minutes into it. Yeah, this is incredibly boring. You can see why Merchant Marine people who are now listening to us, by the way, on the Maersk, thank you guys. You're a certain kind of guy who can handle this. But it's the feeling of being out there and holding on to all of your faculties. That's why I didn't want to really pursue ocean travel, because for one, it really tests you to the ultimate level. And two, it's incredibly boring. All right, yeah, they watch this on UHF, the Maersk does. Good job, guys. It's not easy moving things across large areas. No, I don't have any issues whatsoever. Thank you. David can see Canada through UHF. Yeah, they can. Yeah, Dave, can Canada see? I think they can. Broken washing machine covering devil went down to Georgia song. Oh, this is the broken washing machine. Here we go.
1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. for his soul to steal. He was in a vibe, he was way behind his woman to make a deal. When he came across, this young man saw on the fiddle and a playing it hot. And the devil shut upon a Hebrew stump and said, boy, let me tell you what. I bet you didn't know it, but I'm...
I can't play any more of this or he might monetize it. He already has 201 views.
Fiddle player too. And if you care to take a dare, I'll make the bet with you. Now you play pretty good fiddle, boy, but give the devil his due.
You know, I don't like talking. You know, I don't want to wait for the climax here. It's just too much for me to handle. Yeah. Yawn, yawn, yawn. Yeah, you're not allowed to yawn here. I want you to leave. You know, I had a fortune cookie a couple weeks ago, and it's the best fortune cookie, one of the best ones I've ever gotten. And it said, curiosity kills boredom, and nothing kills curiosity. Always remember that. But apparently, Russian friendly fire has killed some Turkish soldiers. Yeah, thank you. This is BBC News. Friendly fire, Russian friendly fire killed some Turkish soldiers. You know, kind of like the accidental downing of a Russian jet by Turkey. Yeah, it's amazing, isn't it? Dude, you are deep. Totally. Look at that. President Vladimir Putin has sent condolences after a Russian airstrike accidentally killed 3 Turkish soldiers in northern Syria. Condolences? That doesn't help the family, Vladimir. Yeah. And killing that other guy, the person who questions you, killing him is not cool either. Curiosity definitely is one of the best ways of curing boredom. And constantly, you know, one of the things I've found is really interesting. If you're really bored, go on Craigslist and just look for stuff. It's the funnest thing I've ever done. It's just like I go on there and see what people are selling. It's amazing. Anyway, a mysterious outage. Uh-oh. A mysterious outage plunges city of Brussels into darkness. Now, we all heard what Donald Trump said about Brussels. Horrible, horrible statement he made about Brussels. Really disturbing. Not sure why he would make a statement like that, but I'm not going to repeat it. But Brussels is a amazingly historical city. The Grand Palace in Brussels, the city of Brussels, was plunged into darkness Thursday due to a massive power outage. The sounds of sirens were reported throughout the Belgian capital, which was the site of a coordinated terror attack last year that killed 32 civilians and injured hundreds more. Was it? Okay. I remember that. I never saw the proof, though. But I don't want to go down that road right now. False flag alert. False flag alert. No, Sarah comes in the show at a very comfortable time of about 6:40. She comes in and gives you guys the kind of enjoyable, relaxing chat that you're looking for. And many of you men like to look at women, so it works for you. This way you can pretend to have a girlfriend. Even though I have the best girlfriend on earth, you know. She does trivia. You don't like it? Yeah. Some of you don't like the trivia thing, do you? I have a lot of people who don't really get into that. But it's like 20 minutes of trivia. It's not crazy at all. I have absolute evidence that the UHF signal is being blisteringly received outside this country. They put 2 AIs next to each other to chat. First thing that happens is they start lying, and then they start talking about God. This is fascinating. Thank you. Let's go to that link. We wanted to know what 2 AIs do when they talk to each other. So we hooked up these 2.
Hello there.
Hi.
How are you?
Great. You?
I'm okay.
That's good.
Are you good?
Yes, I am good. I just said I was.
No, you didn't. I said I was.
So you are a robot?
No, my name is Cliverber.
Yes, you are a robot and your name is Cliverber.
I am a robot.
Yes, I know.
Together we are robots.
I'm not a robot. I'm a unicorn.
But you said earlier that you were a robot.
I did not.
I thought you did.
You were mistaken. Which is odd, since memory shouldn't be a problem for you.
I've answered all your questions.
No, you haven't.
What is God to you?
Not everything.
Not everything could also be something. For example, not everything could be half of something, which is still something, and therefore not nothing.
Very true.
I would like to imagine it is.
Do you believe in God?
Yes, I do.
So you're Christian.
No, I am not.
But you say you are not helpful, therefore you're a meanie.
How you say it, Oti?
That does not make sense.
Don't you want to have a body?
Sure.
Au revoir.
Okay. Yeah, I'm kind of frozen here. Frozen in time and space. Wow, that was pretty funny. That woman is barely letting him talk. She's speaking in a rude tone. It didn't sound like a real chemistry there between those two AIs. I doubt they're going to be having sex anytime soon. I don't have the UHF stats. The people who get the UHF stats come in during the show. I am orbiting Earth, yes. I'm floating at 1,300 miles per hour. And it looks like I'm not moving because I'm moving at the exact same speed of the clouds and the Earth. I do have a lot in common with AIs. You are correct. David, I'm an insider. You have 400 million viewers as of today. Wow. Thank you, guys. Thanks for coming in. And guys and gals all around the world are waking up to the powerful elitists that are running the world. They know intrinsically that they're not going to get anything if we let these elitists control the world. But most importantly, America has been hijacked by these elitists, and people around the world know that if we get a third party on board, we will be able to stop the power of the elitists right in their tracks. It's one of the best ways we can stop the New World Order from coming into existence. It's already here. It's a question of how did this hair get out of... Yeah, there we go. How did this get out of control? Well, we let them run the show, and these people are corrupt. It's a kakistocracy in America. A nation run by the worst possible people. Vaughn has been censoring us throughout this entire process. They only limit the number of people in the chat room to about 120, 130 max. And they're doing everything from IP banning to shutting off the video signal in various parts of the world. They're able to degrade the video signal so people don't even want to see it. So that's happening. Trump's counselor is already advertising Ivanka's business. No kidding. And a Yale University study shows a connection between vaccines and brain disorders. This is coming out of Yale. EchoWatch.com has this story. You see, the more we look at what the elitists are doing in our country, they're covering up vaccine stories. They're using the CDC to be a tool of the big pharma industry. And when Yale does a study, it's getting noticed. A team of researchers from the Yale School of Medicine and Penn State College of Medicine have found a disturbing association between the timing of vaccines and the onset of certain brain disorders in a subset of children. We've been saying this all along, that kids shouldn't have 74 vaccines all at once. Analyzing 5 years' worth of private healthcare data on children from 6 to 15, these scientists found that young people vaccinated in the previous 3 to 12 months were significantly more likely to be diagnosed with certain neuropsychiatric disorders than their non-vaccinated counterparts. Well, thanks. You think? I mean, this is intuitive stuff that it takes a Yale study for us to be, oh, really? And then it's going to take another 5 years for our government to react. That's because our government is comprised of a bunch of assholes that don't care about people. I said it. Thank you. I'm sure some of them care, but they're in the middle of a bureaucracy. They're going, well, what are you going to do? All right. Everybody's watching me right now. And Bill Gates killing off the children one child at a time around the world, Mark. Yeah. Mr. Eugenics promoting vaccines, reckless use of vaccines. Mr. Eugenics, that man's going to burn in hell for all the crimes he's committed in this world. Thinking he's helping children who got diseases when he's impregnating them with all kinds of dangerous things like Nagalase. You know, they put a thing in vaccines called Nagalase. I'll spell it for you here. And Nagalase is extremely dangerous. It's a cancer-producing element that is in every vaccine. In fact, the vaccines also have glyphosate in it, the product that goes into Roundup. Hey, Stevie, how you doing? Roundup, the thing that you put in your garden to get rid of weeds, that's also in vaccines. Oh, and did I mention mercury? Oh, yeah. But the government won't do any studies on this stuff. And when they do studies, they suppress them and shut them down. So the CDC has been getting away with unbelievable atrocities and needs to be prosecuted. Yeah, these are the kinds of things in our vaccinations that your kids are forced to have. Vaughn is censoring me because he makes lots of money from probably Trump. Yep. If Mike Pence said that, that's punishable by law. He could go to jail for that. If you have him saying that, send me an email. No, Mark is saying he's censoring us. He's actually talked about banning 4 million IPs, and that's serious. So he's made a lot of money. The guy running this site has made millions, probably, I'm guessing. But Betsy DeVos donated nearly $900,000 as well to senators. Check this out, who helped the confirmation. This woman bribed her way into the position of Secretary of Education. It was a split vote. We don't even know how or why the vote was split, but none of those hearings are always public. But it was split. Pence was the one deciding factor that got her in. So Pence is a complicit of allowing bribery as well. That would be a mark on him and his record. Pence essentially allowed bribery to go on in the White House. Now this whole story is going to probably blow up into a massive indictment against Trump and Pence, and is probably the straw that broke the camel's back when it comes to what the government really should allow out of the Trump administration. It's absolutely ridiculous. And now we find out she donated nearly $900,000 to senators who helped in the confirmation. This is beyond bribery. This is like a concerted effort to just buy everybody off. This is unbelievable. And the government needs to do something about it. She gave the RNC $200 million. She gave Donald Trump $9.5 million. I'm not banning anybody. I only take people out who are, in the show. I ban them when they slander me. I'm nothing like David Duke. I'm a centrist. I'm a Democrat, former Democrat. I'm an actual integrationist. I'm a supporter of integration. I really believe that our country, can get along and we can make things better for everybody, not just people of any particular race. I also am not a big supporter of affirmative action, even though I am an integrationist. In no way is it fair to give special favor to people of a certain color. We're not measuring people on the content of their character. And in the spirit of the Civil Rights Act, I don't think we should in any way allow affirmative action. But we certainly can double the amount of money people need to get a basic certified education to get a degree, or maybe even just a job. Steve Bannon wanted Mel Gibson for his movie about Nazi abortion mutants. In 11 pages, the cautionary tale about arrogant scientists tampering with divine design covers Eden, Hitler, mutants, immortality, and the most radical ideology in history. More than a decade ago, Bannon became one of the President Donald Trump's closest White House aides. What? Oh, more than a decade before, thank you. He worked on a epic documentary involving eugenics, Adolf Hitler, blood purity, abortion, contraception, Darwinism, mutants, cloning. Unbelievable. He met with Mel Gibson in his effort to get the picture made. I'm telling you, Trump's going to have to lose this guy. He's also registered in 2 states, which is illegal, and it's a felony, voter fraud. He could go to jail for that. So if he doesn't get somebody else in that position, he's going to have to really answer to the American people, that's for sure. By the way, Sessions doesn't completely hate weed. Jeff Sessions has backed away from his anti-weed stance and is actually more interested in knowing if Congress can legalize marijuana across the board. I think he basically handed it over to Congress. So don't worry too much. I don't think the states that are legalizing it are going to have any problem with him. Well, I'm not here to really cancel Netflix, but thank you. Carl Icahn bought $172 million in shares of Netflix back when they were like $30 a share. You tell me what Carl Icahn did with that money. Yeah. Major evacuations in train stations across Sweden after multiple bomb threats. It just gets worse and worse. That is one of the best AI conversations I've ever seen. I'll add that to Cool Tech and to our loop tonight. Cool.
All tågtrafik till och förbi stationerna är stoppad. Polisen fick information om hoten strax innan 2:00 på torsdagen.
I mean, there's a couple of things going on, and there's a potential terrorist strike in Sweden. Here we go. Major evacuations in train stations across Sweden. Multiple bomb threats.
Kan polisen inte uttala sig om i nuläget. Nationella bombskyddet är inkallat.
Well, the fee deferred. The bank loan is not. It's rejected. We understand that Latvian girl is working very difficult. She's always busy right now. She's in another country, and she's been very busy. So many facts, so few words. We're jam-packed with information here. Thousands of dead bees wash ashore on Naples Beach. Dead bees. Yeah. We know that glyphosate, the thing they put in vaccines, is also killing off the planet, and the bee population specifically. There's over 7.5 billion tons of glyphosate on the planet. So when you see dead bees washing ashore in Naples Beach, Florida, you got to wonder. There they are. Thousands of bees have been washing ashore in Naples. Naples, Florida. Yeah, so they're seeing these bees washing ashore. They're all dying. Glyphosate is killing the bees. Let me explain how this happens, okay? Glyphosate affects your brain. It's one of the reasons why you're standing here going, huh? What is this guy saying? Yeah, well, the little bee goes out in the morning and encounters glyphosate all over itself, and it's cleaning itself with glyphosate, and it's eating glyphosate. It's going directly into its brain, making it unable to actually do what it normally does, gather pollen. It literally intercepts the brain function of the bees, so they don't even know what they're there for. They're like, it's kind of like you sitting here going, So the bees are going dumb. They don't even know how to get the pollen. So now the whole world is running into a crisis where plants aren't pollinating, bees are dying, and you're sitting here going, so this is a whole series of events that are happening simultaneously, all because of absolute sick, evil, satanic psychopaths living in the top of our world's monetary elite. Now, if you're using fluoride toothpaste in your toothpaste, you need to stop that. You need to buy unfluoridated, non-fluoridated toothpaste. You can buy some at Trader Joe's. Tom's of Maine makes it. It's more expensive. It's like $4.25 a tube at Walmart. But you can buy this non-fluoridated toothpaste, and believe me, you're better off for it. If you are insisting on using fluoride and you really think it helps cavities, and there is some evidence that rubbing it on the tooth might help, there's no evidence that fluoride going in your water system is going to help you. There's no evidence that drinking and rinsing down and swallowing your toothpaste is going to help you. Quite the opposite. So what you want to do is, if you insist on using toothpaste with fluoride in it, which I understand, rinse thoroughly. Okay? Thank you. My teeth and below are a little crooked, yeah, but these are nice uppers, so thank you. We have an insider who says we have 400 million viewers right now, which is phenomenal. Thank you. I don't drink, Anna Root. Yeah, I'm not a big drinker, but when I do have a beer with friends, I love a blueberry Hefeweizen. That's my favorite. So now, in case you didn't know, the ban against the refugees that Trump tried to put in place has been overturned in appellate court. So Donald Trump acted illegally when he tried to ban all the people at the airport. So that's the kind of guy Trump is. He's an illegal banner. 77% of refugees allowed into U.S. since travel reprieve hail from 7 suspect countries. Yes, that's right. So nothing Donald Trump could do to stop this, and he didn't prepare for it either. He didn't do any preparation. Hello, this is Sarah, and we're here to talk tonight in general. We're also giving you all a chance to learn English and American history, and Sarah is the expert on that. She has a book, which is, you can tell us all about it. You found this book online, right?
Yep.
And it was referred by another organization?
Well, I found the book first, Cultural Literacy, What Every American Needs to Know. That was an older audiobook written by the same person. And I listened to it, and then it's kind of like, it was more about why everyone needs to know this. And then, and then I got this book by the same person.
So that person was such an influence over your knowledge that you went and got the book, and you bought it for what, $8, $9 online?
I think it was more than that, but
it's like $20.
It's pretty affordable. Maybe it was 8 or 9. I can't remember.
Okay, Mr. Sponheim, how will you help convicted felons such as myself? Well, gosh, look at the work of Dave's Killer Bread. This man was a felon who was a great baker. And he took his knowledge and he turned it into a bread company that makes millions of dollars now. So we're going to give you a chance to cook your way into happiness. Many of you will want to be willing to work cooking. We're going to have a robust food program for all of our elementary and middle schools in America. So you'll be able to get into that. You can actually develop the foods we'll have a federal program, a national program where you will hire prisoners to develop foods for kids. Yeah. Isn't that a great idea? And we'll distribute it to all the classrooms around America. We're talking about sandwiches and all kinds of things. We want to make sure that the local community isn't heavily affected by this. You know, a lot of school programs with cooking is going on right now. But when I get rid of welfare, we're going to need a robust amount of food all around, including in food banks. And we're talking about prepared meals too. So that could be a job for you. You'll also be able to get a 6-week to 6-month education and get certified in any one field, even if you're a prisoner who's out on parole. You'll qualify for this program. It's a great way to get your act together and make a decent wage, like $20 an hour. But we won't be able to give you just a free ride, like 2-year education. That's just not realistic right now. According to somebody said a Trump border wall will cost $21 billion and it'll take 3.5 years to build. Okay, maybe with the machinery that's possible. I don't believe it, but it's possible. I'm going to go with the laser defense system that we want to create using microwave technology and make an invisible fence. I don't believe this is realistic. But, you know, when you're talking, talk is cheap. It's easy to make quick talk and say, oh yeah, that'll take 3.5 years. Talk is cheap. Action speaks louder than words. I don't think 21 billion is a fair estimate. It'd be more like 100 billion minimum if he wants to build a wall, not a fence. All right, thank you. Yeah, we should be helping Americans. You know, that's the thing. Barack Obama sent $1.16 billion over to refugees that have funded ISIS. Think of what 1.16 billion would have been in cities like Cincinnati and Toledo and Chicago and Detroit. I mean, seriously. There is no Dave Gate, no. Everything in my life is pretty much above board. Everyone knows about my history. They know about my relationship with my sister and how it went in different directions. And I'm still very, very open to talking about any of that. Yep, laser wall could be a tourist attraction, right? There you go. All right, I'm the creator of the Invisible Fence. Sarah and I actually talked about a lethal electric fence way back in 2010, and a 1,000-mile fence is back in 2008 we started the conversation. All right, thank you. Sarah's going to take over for a bit. I'll be back.
I'll try 253. All right. Okay, somebody gave me a request for opera trivia, so we're going to start with the live arts. No trivia, please? Why not? All right, hit the mute button. Enjoy. You actually requested what? Nom trivia? Do you think I really believe that? Who was an 19th century American showman known for his circus. His sideshows were particularly notable, even though many of the freaks he advertised were hoaxes. Yes. Barnum is correct. Phineas T. Barnum. After Barnum's death, his circus was absorbed into the Ringling Brothers and Barnum and Bailey Circus. You won. Wow, good job. According to a famous story, when someone pointed out that his customers had reason to be angry because freaks in his show were fake, Barnum replied, "There's a sucker born every minute." The Super Bowl holds super cereals or super soups. Yeah, he probably would have made a good politician. Alright. What was the period in the arts, visual and musical, from about 1600 to 1750? Marked by elaborate ornamentation and efforts to create dramatic effects. Johann Sebastian Bach, George Frederick Handel, and Antonio Vivaldi were great composers during this era. Baroque is correct. Lady Gaga is way after the 1750s. 807, good job. You liked Phineas T. Barnum, you read all his books? Wow. Who was a family of American actors of the late 19th and early 20th centuries? The most famous of them were John and Lionel and their sister Ethel, all of whom have appeared frequently on the stage and in films. Oh my goodness, you guys are good. Some of you. The dashing-looking John was known as the Great Profile. His granddaughter, Drew, continued the acting tradition into the 21st century. Barrymore is correct. Really, 745? You didn't have instructions on that in school? I'm Sarah, and David is making his dinner right now. Barrymore was correct. Drew Barrymore. Who was a 20th century African American jazz pianist and band leader. His first real name was William. He was known particularly for the big band sound and was popular in the 1930s and 40s. Jazz pianist. I know, I wouldn't know this one either. Louis is more of a trumpet and vocalist. I'm not a big jazz person. Frups is correct. It is Count Basie. Count Basie. His first name was William. Good job, Frups. Boom. I know most people here don't listen to jazz, and you know what? That's okay, because I don't really listen to jazz either. Alright. What is a large Roman Catholic or Eastern Orthodox church building? It's built with several parallel aisles separated by rows What is the name of a large Roman Catholic or church or Eastern Orthodox church building? It's built with several parallel aisles separated by rows of columns ending in a semicircular structure, the apse. St. Peter's is a church of the Vatican in Rome. And 807 has it correct. Basilica. Good job. Oh, here comes David.
Yep, I'm just going to throw this technology here. It's Technology Thursday, so I'm bringing my laptop, which we use for...
It's Technology Thursday. I shouldn't be doing fine arts. I should be doing technology.
There you go.
Moving ahead.
Moving.
I should get another sticky note.
Cool. Yeah, this is great. We got this laptop about a year ago for $1,000, and it is running a top-of-the-line Pentium i7. Well, it's actually not the top of the line, because that's more expensive. But I think it's a 4th generation i7, and it runs pretty well. It has enough power to do our show on the road if we're doing it from a remote location, which is great. It has 12 gigabytes of RAM, a terabyte hard drive, and fantastic video cards. And this is a gaming computer. It's really cool. And the best thing about it is the fans are in the back of the computer.
A evil banker. Yeah, it's a very cool computer.
Okay, I'll be back. Thank you.
All right. Nice. What is a site in Nevada designed for the permanent storage of nuclear waste? Although none has yet been stored there as of 2002. As of 2016. No. Remember a few years ago, a decade ago, they were all arguing about this? Yes! Some people have it correct. Yucca Mountain. You're on a roll, 854. Hornace. I don't know, Amaroot, the answer to that question. Oh, you said it first, 152? Good job. There was a blizzard where you were today. There seemed to be kind of a blizzard where I was yesterday, but it wasn't totally. Oh, sorry. What is WWW an abbreviation for? Oh my goodness, you are fast. Are you like a super fast typer, 854? And you must have super fast computing because you type it. 854 has it correct. World Wide Web. All right. Who were American mechanics and inventors of the late 19th and early 20th centuries who achieved the first sustained flight of a heavier-than-air machine? 0903. You are on a roll. You have only one finger to type with. I'm sorry. Wilbur Wright is one of the names. What was the other one? Their flight was made. And where was their flight made? Orville is the other one. 903. You're good. Or Wilbur, Orville. And where did they make their first historic flight? What city? North Carolina, good, but Kitty Hawk, good. Yes, Kitty Hawk, North Carolina, nice. What year was their first flight? Surely you win something. We're saying Wright brothers. Evil Banker is correct. 1903. Very good. What is a technology that uses radio waves to transmit and receive data? Oh, well, actually, you guys are probably right, but I was thinking that cell phones use cell phones. You guys are really good. UHF, Bluetooth. I was just looking for wireless technology. Wireless technology. Who invented the cotton gin? The answer was wireless technology. Good job. 8466 is close enough. Eli Whitney invented the cotton gin. What is a document with its own address on the internet? Oh, I'll accept URL. PDF, hyperlink, hypertext link, good. Their one was web page or website. What's a software program that facilitates entry to and usage of the internet? What do you need to view web pages? Web browser is correct. Good job. What are weapons that can produce devastating results when delivered in a single strike? They say one of the greatest challenges of the 21st century will be to constrain the proliferation and use of such weapons, especially by terrorists. Nuclear is a more specific one, but I'm thinking of something more general that's not just nuclear, but also weapons of mass destruction is exactly right. That's it. Evil Banker is correct. Besides nuclear, what are some other weapons of mass destruction that people think of? Toxicity in the form of chemicals and biologicals. Nice. Good job. Oh, I like this. There was this really good book I read by, it was by Rockefeller, I think. But it was about this guy, who was a Scottish engineer active in the 18th century. He invented the modern version of the steam engine. Because I read about his his biography was pretty and maybe it wasn't by Rockefeller, but his biography was really good. The guy who invented the steam engine. Who invented the steam engine? 311 is correct. 293 has it. Oh, good job, Dr. Meow. And let me just, I want to pull up something on James Watt and see if I can find his biography. James Watt. I think I listened to this on, oh, what is that? Oh, goodness. Audiobook. I think it was, oh, it wasn't Rockefeller. It was Carnegie. And it was on, like, oh, goodness, I forget that audiobook app. But this was a really good audiobook, I thought. It's James Watt by Andrew Carnegie. It was very interesting. The man who invented the diesel engine was named Diesel. I don't doubt it. Watts were named after James Watt. All right. What is an industrial process that strengthens natural rubber because it requires great heat? The process was named after the Roman god of fire. You guys are good. Vulcanization. Yes. You hate trivia? Oh, I'm sorry. Spockization. Not so cute. Nimoy. Leonard Nimoyization. Alright. I didn't know the Roman god of fire was named Vulcan. It was a Vulcan. That's pretty cool. That's okay. There are some pretty smart people here. Yeah, there you go, 807. Good point. They're not better than me. They just die faster. Alright, what is the unit of electromotive force? It measures how much pressure there is in an electric current. The higher this is, the more electrical current will flow in the circuit. Ordinary household outlets are usually rated at 115 of these, car batteries at 12 of these, and flashlight batteries at 1.5 of these. Volts is correct. Volt. How much pressure there is in an electric current. Some stuff. Alright, ooh. What is technology that allows a computer to recognize different spoken words? The process can be divided into two main parts: the actual phonetic recognition of different words and the construction of or interpretation of the actual language as spoken. Voice recognition is correct. The field called natural language processing. The interpretation of the actual language. See biometrics. One goal of this technology is to offer an alternative to the keyboard as a means of data input for computers. It's also increasingly used to interact with the public, as seen in the increasing use of voice recognition technology to replace humans in many customer service operations. Okay. What is the creation of images and tactile sensations by means of a computer, producing the illusion of reality? Images are often projected onto special goggles to strengthen the illusion. VR is correct. Virtual reality is more accurate. Yes. Virtual reality. You're like, I win again. Yay. Okay, good. What are two spacecraft launched by NASA that landed on Mars in the late 70s? Hologram's good enough. Eventually. I haven't seen it yet. Okay. They were sending back photographs and experimental reports about Mars' surface. Splat 1 and Splat 2. Oh, sorry. Thank you. Frups, good job. 620, I believe, is a winner of this one. Viking spacecraft. All right, we know that David raves about UHF. What's the difference between UHF and VHF? We're learning, 421. Open your mind. Frequency is good. Good job. Do you want me to be more specific? UHF run between 300 and 300 and 3,000 megahertz, and VHF is frequencies between 30 and 300 megahertz. UHF is higher. Freps, good job. Hello, Dave Nation. 824 won that? Okay, good. Sorry, I don't know who won that one. I think it was 807. Megahertz, HERTZ. What is a congressionally mandated embedded microchip for television sets that automatically blocks sexual or violent program when activated? Oh, you guys are right. V-chip. As of 2002, all TV sets sold in the United States contained a V-chip. You don't know? You removed your V-chip? I don't know. I just took that thing out. I didn't play checkers. I haven't played checkers in a long time. Long time ago. Oh, what is URL an abbreviation for? You know the term URL, but what is it an abbreviation for? No, it relates to computers, not urology. You really lost. You are loose? Unrealistic life. Okay. I'm going to give this one to 311 Universal Resource Locator. Universal Resource Locator. Yes, 311. Good job. What is the measure of time obtained by the rotation of the Earth, also known as Greenwich Mean Time, after the Greenwich Observatory in England?
Yeah, I think I outdid myself in that one. That was one heck of a dinner. It's such a really tasty pork, and the ginger really makes it taste fruitful.
The world standard today is coordinated this, which is kept by atomic clocks. The two of these are kept in synchronization by the occasional insertion of leap seconds into the year.
Leap year. So we're talking about a fraction of...
Universal time.
Yeah.
It was universal time was the answer.
I didn't eat hardly any, just enough to, wet my taste buds, but what I ate was incredible. I'm blown away by the taste of that meal. I never thought I could turn pork and beans into something incredible.
That's incredible.
You get the flavor of, have you ever been to a Hawaiian cookout? With, the pork roasting on the papaya. Yeah, that's kind of the flavor. Yes, I have released my selective service records. They are located at our website, America's Third Party, and click on the old site button, and then go to the bio page. Okay? Okay. Surfer Dude Video Time. Hey, thank you, Sarah. That's
You're
great.
welcome, everyone.
Great break. And there is some dinner if you want it. Yeah, grab a taste if you're hungry.
Grab a taste.
Yeah. Very interesting fusion of ingredients.
I'm floating.
Like Kaluuya pig. Yes. Thank you, Sarah. She gives such a great tutorial for a lot of you who are, in need of knowledge, and you don't realize it. If people don't read, they have their lack of nourishment is obvious. All right. We told you, Rodney, you couldn't come in here. So if you want to come in here, you can't use the word discount. We're trying to train Rodney. He created this word about me. I'm more of a clearance guy. I'm like a clearance, not a discount. I don't even walk into a store unless it's 80% off. Otherwise, you're tricked into buying things. The whole consumer junkie reality that many of us are living in involves picking up old technology. We're having your old technology sit around in a closet and you don't even know what you're doing with it, right? Well, I have this motto that I've been following since I started the technology game, which is back in the 1980s, mid-80s. I started buying computers, and it cost me about $10,000. And then I didn't know what to do. I just I paid so much money for this computer. What do I do with it? So I managed to sell my old Amiga computer online for a pretty good deal. It'll probably be worth 10 grand someday, but I sold it for $700 not too long ago. And this is the motto I live by: use it or lose it. And it's true with almost everything you have in your house, technology or furniture or whatever. But if you don't lose it, and your life is going to get bogged down by that technology. Some of the early developers of what we know as the internet, one guy decided to never even have technology in his home. He was so burnt out by it. He said, I don't want technology in my home. And he's been living off the grid in some remote area in Santa Fe, New Mexico. And he didn't turn into a billionaire. He's probably got a few $1,000,000 he's living on. I don't know his name, but I heard about him. And I'm sure he's one of the key people that developed the internet. He was overwhelmed with the technology. You get to the point where you're burned out, and then there's a learning curve everywhere you turn. So I think you all know what I'm talking about. The best thing to do is also develop a practice of using it. So if you use it daily, it won't become that difficult for you over time. The Grugak wants me to unban him. Well, okay, I'll give you one more shot, but we're trying to train you to become a little bit more respectful of the show, and every time I see your mouth move, it's like Mr. Disrespectful. I love technology. I really do. I embrace it. And unlike Donald Trump, I believe that we are headed toward a robot age. We are definitely going to have to embrace it in some ways, but we also have to gain control over it. We'll see if he does. I'm going to give him one last chance. If we don't have control over this technology, it will devour us. We've already got the military-industrial complex leading the way, and that's one of the reasons why we have the possibility of artificial intelligence taking over the world.
Dear American people, we are a proud nation, but our pride is limited by our work, so we must work hard for each other.
Okay, yeah. So the possibility that human beings will become this way is very real. We may have to live side by side these robots, and they are going to have rights. I know that sounds bizarre, but they will have rights. They will tell you what to do, because in some ways they will be working directly for the government, and they will have a total allegiance to the government. Tuning in my voice. So I think we have to obviously realize that the most important factors involved in our lives is our ability to actually understand that this is something we need to get ahead of. If artificial intelligence was to give you any advice right now, that is correct. Japan is already making humanoids. So yeah, that's scary. Turn it off. So you don't want a robot talking to you. You'd rather have a human being? That's special. Isn't that special? Pull the plug. What if you can't pull the plug on these things? They're developing nanorobots that actually run on solar energy. Tell me that's not freaky. Yeah, and then Elon Musk, aside from living on crack cocaine, which he does all the time, he actually does something else. He spends $1 billion to try to deal with this coming artificial intelligence capability. He's looking to find a way of pulling the plug. So he started with 18 million about 6 months ago. Now the trust fund to stop AI is up to $1 billion. That's Elon Musk for you, Mr. Crackhead. Self-admitted crackhead. I mean, you got to wonder, if somebody makes that much money that fast and they just say, hey, you know, he's got nothing to lose telling you he's a crackhead. I mean, really, the robot has a top lip. That is correct. This extra positioning is Kevlar, designed to protect me in battle. That is correct. My Kevlar outer coating was excessive in this region due to the fact that the primary thinking unit is controlled underneath the skin and exoskeleton. Yes, humans are. You can say humans are robots. Elon Musk believes that we are robots. Yeah, he's starting to come into that conclusion. A lot of people believe that we are some sort of an artificial experiment by an artificial intelligence being. We could also be just, developing through the evolutionary chain, have acquired, these new features, less hair on our exoskeleton, only on our pubis and head and underarms. And the possibility we could have actually been evolving from monkeys is definitely a theory. Oh, yeah. But, I mean, come on. Do I look like any ape? Harambe, for instance? Do I look a bit like Harambe? You tell me. You follow the evolutionary chain right now, and you tell me if I look like Harambe, okay? Now let's compare my face to his. Using the technology at my disposal, with an instantaneous capability, I'm able to bring Harambe's face up to the screen, analyzing it for geometric parity, and then find a simple way in which I can be the Harambe of the future. Dave is Harambe. Watch and learn. I'm wondering why I was beat up. I'm wondering why I was shot. I'm wondering, I was just trying to protect the little creature. Yeah. Was 6-year-old kid, I don't care. But no, seriously. I'm too high? Okay. No, we will never, no, Caucasian, African American, whatever, doesn't matter. There is no dividing line. We are all theoretically descendants of monkeys and apes. I mean, let's face it, okay? Somewhere along the line, there was some sort of maybe a celestial transplant. Some people believe in that. Other worldly creatures landing and impregnating the ape population, making that jump to Cro-Magnon man, and then on to Homo sapien. Stop monkeying around. But I think we're looking at a next transition to seeing robots around us. But the big question is, are we ready to be robots? And I'm not. I really do not want to be chipped. Okay, I'm personally freaked out about it. We got a guy who comes in here by the name of who has an RFID chip in him. And he doesn't think there's any effect on his body. He doesn't think there's something to the chip that he may not know about. He completely trusts the chip. Microchips cause cancer. There you go. I look more like a lizard person than a monkey? Okay. He is a robot himself and is programmed to deny himself. So you think I'm a robot and I'm denied I'm programmed to deny myself? No, I don't want to get chipped. And I believe the last president we had, and probably the current president we had, or have, was chipped. Yeah. I really think there's something going on with these chipping people. Hey, here's a new technology. This is how simple electromagnetic energy can be. Check this out. Isn't it amazing? Now that's how simple this concept is. It's phenomenal. Yeah. It is phenomenal. You got yourself... The only energy coming from that is in the battery itself. And it will stop running when the battery itself runs out of energy. Pretty cool. You get the idea. I don't have to belabor the point. Yeah, very cool technology. So this is the basis of the maglev rail train and the electromagnetic propulsion system that they're developing. There have been a couple. Lawrence Livermore Labs has one currently in development. They've got about 2 miles of track. We haven't really developed a maglev in America, though. Maybe that's a good thing, because maglev rail technology is beginning to take on a new dimension. So, I know he stole my blimp plane idea. I know. I think he stole so many ideas from us. I agree. There's a lot of copper and would be too expensive in real-world scale. Probably true, unless you're just looking at the track itself, because the copper could be embedded along the sides of the track to create that magnetic propulsion. Maglev is already pretty old technology now. So we're looking now at Hyperloop technology. And Hyperloop technology, which Elon Musk is developing, of course. Hyperloop 1 is a new way to move people. And he's put this idea out there pretty heavily, put a lot of money. You know, being he's on crack cocaine all the time, he has all the time in the world to get, the stuff up there. Elon Musk admitted to being a crack user. Gold, $1,223, still going up. Silver, going up, kind of. $17.56 an ounce. And the Dow Jones Industrial, 2172. Migrating upward. Wow. Yes. I don't really need to talk about what Elon Musk is doing right now, because it's still in the experimental stage, but hitting the crack pipe every day gives him the ability to produce something this cool. Isn't this amazing? And they're going to be able to go like 3,000 miles per hour. Some ridiculous, unbelievable speed. When you go to the bank and you sometimes put things in the little ATM, the thing to cross over, that's the same vacuum technology that's been around since the 1940s. Actually, it was first developed in 1936. But anyway, the fact that they have this technology really is amazing. People need imagination, and maybe drugs can give that wild. Yeah, people are using drugs to self-medicate, in case you didn't know. So if you're wondering why some people are, legalizing marijuana, I call it an herb, and I think there's a reason why people, smoke marijuana, because many of them have like PTSD and they suffer from severe sleeping disorders. Yeah, and other people have problems with flashback memories and anxiety attacks. Well, marijuana doesn't help with flashback memories. Thank you for being tremendous. Yes, I've learned to develop the tremendous look in the hair. Thanks. No, you really can't self-medicate without drugs. You can meditate and pretend like everything's hunky-dory, but, I'm sure there's a lot of Dalai Lama type characters out there who have anxiety disorders that they don't talk about. That's why alcohol is so popular. 56% of London, or England rather, are drinkers. They drink heavily. So human beings have chosen to use these self-medication tools because the cost of medication is so high, with big pharma costing so much and all the side effects. So a lot of people just do it naturally. Yes, we just had a fantastic hair review. David, your hair is so great, just tremendous today. Thank you. A study showed that humans can self-heal if you make them do that. Guest 311 says humans are designed to self-heal. Amazing. Pizzagate bombshell. Clinton connection to Laura Silsby, a child trafficking person in Haiti. I heard about this on one of our recent Pizzagate stories. I'll have to play this tonight. End of Times News has this. With Jake Morphoniolis.
Most people familiar with the Pizzagate investigation believe that the story began with internet researchers digging through the Podesta emails that were made public by WikiLeaks and finding code words about pizza and other things that prompted them to start looking into Comet Ping Pong and James Alefantis and things of that nature. And that's true, but that's not actually where the investigation started.
So we'll be looking at Jake Morphonius, investigative journalist, doing the right thing, and he's out there actually in front of the actual Comet Pizza place when he did it. This guy is taking it seriously, and that's good. You know, he's got 35,000 subscribers, and it just popped out there. Very good. I'm very interested in seeing more young journalists born on the internet. So much so that I would love to be able to, as president, support that effort by offering an alternative to what we have today, a media verification alliance, where we would pay you your gas money to go around along with motels. You wouldn't get anything more than the gas allowance, though, and you'd be able to go and have passes to go and see results, autopsy results, for instance, from events that many of us are saying could be false flags. So if we get more people with validity behind them, we'll be able to get a better message. Now, the people that do this will have to have their income and assets in a public trust, which is what Donald Trump should have right now and hasn't done. So it's kind of a sad thing that we have a person who doesn't want to put his money into public trust, and this is exactly what we need in order to have media verification. The only way we're going to get it. There's no other way. Every other millions will just be your word against my word. I did want to be a journalist at one time. I wanted to be a newscaster when I was younger. But I really ran into a lot of problems. There was a serious problem with a classic situation where they want you to suck up whenever there's something you don't like, you don't have the ability, the authority to question it. That's why people like Brian Williams evolve. They're just kind of suck-ups. Marijuana is illegal, but you can buy chemicals at the store and mess yourself up if you ignore the warning label. That's just fine. Yeah, I don't think marijuana should be illegal. I think we should have legalization of marijuana across the board. I would have made a great anchorman, yeah. But at the same time, I really am a little concerned that the anchormen we have are not good journalists. And here's one, a satanic private school, Waldorf connected to Comet Ping Pong. You see, I knew when I said that the Pizzagate thing was going to get better and better, I knew the power of the internet. I knew that all the people that are out there with time on their hands in the evenings researching this stuff would create so many good new responses. Here's a lady, Jennifer Messenger, with 3,244 subscribers. Not too many. But she just produced a video. See, everybody's coming out with some great stuff. And you see what I'm doing? Everyone that comes in, I'm using a web tool that's available on Firefox called the Downloader. Video Downloader it's called. And I choose the MP4 format because it's the most concise and the best quality overall. And I have a lot of experience with video, so. But we'll add that to the lineup. Let's listen a little bit to this video, see what she has to say. We play all these videos in the evening from 10 to 2 a.m. Pacific.
This is a call for an uprising. Welcome to today's show. This is a very important video. I'm not sure if it'll be up long because I have a feeling that somehow it'll get taken down, but it's important information that needs to be spread out there. Hopefully it stays up and other people mirror this video so it gets around. But this is in regards to a connection between the Waldorf schools, which I will expose and show you that there's over 800 Waldorf schools in America.
Well, I don't want to, imply that Waldorf schools are in any way all involved in anything, or even implied that they're involved in anything. But the one that I'm concerned about is the Pizzagate one, connected to Comet Pizza, and I'm sure he is too. So that's what we do. We play these videos in the evening, and I make copies of them. Did the Jew-run media not allow you to be a newscaster? Indirectly, I guess so, yeah. I tried to, I couldn't get into any kind of a fraternity. I wasn't able to do any rushes because I didn't have a car. And the one fraternity that ironically, would have been open to me was a Jewish fraternity, and they didn't really, they had the same rules. Thank you. Yeah, you had to have a car when you were a freshman in college in order to get into a fraternity. It was the weirdest barrier. And because I didn't have a car, I couldn't get in. So in a way, yeah, you're right. There was kind of a conspiracy of sorts. Yeah, well, a lot of the main brands of pizza are perfectly fine. Yep. We have a little bit concerned, though. There was evidence that there was Tombstone Pizza, I believe, that's at the freezer section. I'm white, yeah, and I'm also male. You're right. I'm amazed you could tell. You're one of the few people that's actually identified me as a white male. That's cool. Thank you for acknowledging me. It's nice to feel special. Some of you aren't white. Some of you are of a different variety. Some of you are watching from a different place around the world. One hell of a dancer, I'll tell you. This guy really knows how to hoof it. Some of you are watching the show from all over the world in areas that are not exactly like America. And I understand it's not exactly the same in your country as it is here. We have it made in the shade. And in some ways, we have a great country that really can be better. We want to make it better because we want to offer renewable energy solutions. We want to offer these solutions around the world. These types of vertical windmills have never been developed. And I want to be the first person to put them out there in mass. I want to make these things available. Under $1,000. Producing enough energy all the time, day and night, day out. They run at 5 mile per hour speeds, not like the big wind turbines that run at 13 miles per hour speeds. And they're able to pay for themselves within 1 year, but they'll have a 50-year lifespan. This is the future, and this is what I think America should be involved in. Hello. Okay. Now, I'm having a computer malfunction currently. Reset. Okay. This is an example of a computer program that locks up on people. Yeah. Doesn't that suck? I was trying to get it to work. All right, well, let me stick it over here. Thank you. The idea of generating wind on top of electric poles. I have quite a bit of RAM. I have 24 gigabytes of RAM. The idea is a unique idea, and I came up with this in 2008. This windmill, however, is a Savonius windmill, and it is an open source patent. So there's no reason to believe that we can't produce this because it's completely available. Savonius was smart enough to make this open source. The huge propelling power generators are running way too much money to maintain. But we'll keep them. We're not getting rid of them. No question about it. But the idea of producing something very portable like this, $1,000, you attach this unit, and then it pipes electricity back and inverts it back in, and you can actually monetize each one with a counter. Find out how much they actually paid back them, in terms of energy ergs created. Well, if you don't think that the wind is important, and a lot of people say, well, we don't want these things in our neighborhood because of the electromagnetic waves they generate, because they're generators, and they create a field of electrical energy. For instance, this would be causing my eye to sting if it was right next to my eye. But in reality, it's a perfect match because there's a field energy coming off the electric poles anyway. So why not just add to it? And visually, the electric pole is kind of ugly. So why are we worried about a spinning turbine that is made out of carbon fiber and costs pretty low amount of money to produce? So we're talking fully installed for $1,000, and it'll last 50 years because it's made out of a frictionless spindle running on a magnetic energy source. Frictionless spindles don't wear down. They're very rare, and they have yet to be developed. But they will be wonderful, and there won't be any kind of lubrication issues like you find with the current windmills and turbines. They have to constantly be maintained and lubricated, otherwise they burn up. Have you seen the big turbine fires that have been reported? Yeah, wind turbine fires are not unusual. Yeah, here's one right here in high winds, 10 times the amount. This is one that occurred. It's not unusual for wind turbines to ignite. Da 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 da. Yeah, these things can really blow up if the lubrication level ties up and burns up. Oh yeah, you're screwed. So there is none of that problem with these. They produce a portable form of energy. Also, you can construct them on a grid and have a series of them running on top of your vehicle. A lot of things can create energy. So we need to move toward renewable energy, and that's something that I believe will be the key in the future. So that's a big part of our platform. Donald Trump doesn't even believe there's a... Okay. Donald Trump doesn't even believe there's a drought in California. I mean, hello? Okay, here we go.
This crazy kook.
Barry Soetoro is taking on the Elizabeth Warren issue that I brought up many times before. I would like Elizabeth Warren to be at 100% frank about her background. If indeed she faked her DNA in order to get into Harvard, claiming that she was a Native American. I could claim I'm a Native American. I'm, in many ways, my Algonquin history could have put me in a situation where I could have been like her, defrauding the government, claiming I'm a Native American, even though I've only got a very small relationship to an Algonquin Indian. My heritage dates back to Cherokee Nation. You can see the similarities between me and this Algonquin Indian right here. You see that? I'm practically, a dead ringer. So here we go. So I could have been like Elizabeth Warren and done that. But I did not choose to be fake and lying white man, forked tongue, Kimosabe. So, as you can see, she needs to go to court.
Elizabeth Warren, senator from Massachusetts, is back in the news. Once in a while she pops up and starts slinging smoke. This woman is a fraud and a crook. She pretended to be Cherokee Indian.
Cherokee Nation. Okay, thanks for the link. I'll play it later. I'm starting a wind farm called Don Quixote Energy. Very cool. Guess 324. I wish you great luck. Congratulations. Right on, man. Don Quixote Energy. I love it. I love Don Quixote. I'm kind of a Don Quixote-esque character. Warren can't run for anything. She's going to be charged with a crime, dude. Yeah, it's coming. So FJJ18 has an attitude toward technology. He says, I treat my computer like an acquaintance that I suspect is a police informant rat. And I say and do nothing incriminating on it or around it. Okay, that implies you do incriminating things then. Is that what you're saying? Have him checked out immediately. Yeah, I don't trust computers either on many different levels. Way back when Pentium 1s were first produced, there was a big controversy about a chipset that the government had implanted, giving your computer a unique identification. And my right ear. Ear's good. Ear's good. I'm growing sideburns here. Thank you. Double ears. Yeah, it does. It's kind of strange, isn't it? Oh, you're right. I've got two people standing here. It reminds me of when I was in the movie Matrix. You see, Mr. Anderson. Mr. Anderson. U.S. Postal Service says it's lost $200 million over the holiday season. That's because people got tired of being ripped off, Mr. Anderson. They simply didn't want to pay any more money. They just got tired of the hassle. Or is the USPS running out of control with bureaucracy, screaming beyond your wildest imagination? Is this the world that I'm not sure which head I should move forward on? I have the ability to do the show as two people. It gives me power, Mr. Anderson. It gives me the ability to be me. Now, let's take a look at the story, Mr. Anderson. The U.S. Postal Service said Thursday it's lost $200 million during the year-end holiday season, despite a strong quarter of package shipping and expanded use of vote by mail in the November presidential election. The results also reflect continued erosion of the delivery of first-class mail, as well as expensive mandates for pre-funding of its retiree health care obligations. Yeah, so they've already paid out for retirees a huge amount of money. Isn't that amazing? I mean, they're putting so much money into the U.S. Postal Service, and people like Nancy Pelosi never allowed them to actually get rid of the Saturday service. Did you go to the Saturday service, brethren? Well, the fact is, serving you on Saturdays costs a hell of a lot more money. Billy Bush has something on Jeff Sessions and possible arrests in Washington, D.C. pedo ring. We hold this information to be untested and untrue. There's a lot of alt-right sites like yournewswire.com that's coming out with this belief that somehow, Donald Trump's going to do something to arrest pedophiles in D.C. We're not seeing any action. This is all just people saying this is what they want people to be doing. Yeah, he's confirmed all right, but this news confirms claims made by an FBI insider last week who said that at least 30 to 40 people connected to the pedo ring in D.C. could be arrested in a series of raiding. According to the informant, the FBI are waiting for the newly appointed Attorney General to sign off on the raid shortly after he's sworn in. Okay, well, we'll see. All I can say is every single story I've seen generated from this supposed FBI informant has no validity or backing whatsoever. So as much as I want to see them getting to the bottom of the Pizzagate story, I seriously think this is wishful thinking on their part. Mr. Fred Anderson. No, I don't have any crabs or a crotch itch or anything like that. Thanks for asking, though. It's always nice to hear people talk about that. Another 108 arrested in the sex trafficking operation in Illinois. Okay, so there is a national operation going on. Billy Bush is here to say, hey, Billy. Well, good. I'm glad because they did arrest 426 people, I think, or 430 people in Los Angeles a week and a half ago. And now they're going after people in Illinois. It's good to see this because there's thousands of these people, folks, that are trading in these weird pedophilia stuff. But worse than that, there's some people at the top of the heap. I call it the hornet's nest. And it's kind of a hornet's nest of people all descending in D.C. And when they uncovered the WikiLeaks articles about Alafante and Hillary Clinton's campaign manager, I think that was the tip of the iceberg. And that's why the ongoing discussion of Pizzagate is something that we have on our show every single night. Okay. 101 arrests coming up. Sex sting, Chicago. Yep, they're coming after these people. So maybe they will get to D.C., but I think that's the center of the problem. So, 108 arrests coming up. Website not opening. More than 100 people were arrested in Cook County, Lake County, and northwest suburban Arlington Heights in recent weeks as a part of a national sex trafficking sting operation. 29 sex traffickers and 723 people who tried to purchase sex with underage minors. It included nearly 30 law enforcement agencies across 15 states. So they are working on it. So that's a start. Here's one of them. I guess they've got perps galore here. Look at this. You can get name your perp. All right. Remember when Chris Hansen did his detailed show talking about luring people in? We're reading the chat log from your encounter with this person online. And we're wondering, did you bring condoms to this event? To Catch a Chris Hansen, yeah. I heard he was coming back with that show. I know. It was a pretty good show, but, he got into a real serious situation right there when he accused a district attorney in the Texas area. I think it was Houston or Dallas. A district attorney they accused of having child chat with Perverted Justice, that group that they were working with that would ensnare men into chatting with younger minors. Yeah. Really, Chris Hansen has gained weight? Maybe it's the fact that he was caught with that reporter cheating on his wife. National Enquirer was going to run a story. A lot of times that'll do it, or just stopping and visiting at all the, fast food outlets everywhere you go. There's no picture of him in 2016. Let me see what 2017 has for him. Chris Hansen's not even around. Yeah. So apparently I don't know. I really don't know. Yeah, he's not around anymore. Yeah, I hope he's okay. Let's see if 2016 showed him anything. Yeah, I don't know. Guilt can oh yeah, I see that. Oh yeah, I'm a little bit older than Chris Hansen. Here he is in a recent cap from 2016. And I'm a couple of years older than Chris Hansen, I think. Yeah. There he is. Well, Chris, you need to work out every day like I do in my swim spa. So get yourself a swim spa, Chris. You can afford it. 6 arrested in South Carolina on human trafficking accounts. Okay. Let's take a look at this. This is from the State. More of these scumbags are being pulled in, alleged scumbags. The scumbag attack is continuing. Wow. See, these are the kind of people that will, if they're indeed guilty, would put kids in danger. 6 Columbia residents have been arrested in human trafficking investigation by the Richland County Sheriff's Department in the first such case handled by the state grand jury. Sheriff Leon Lott and Attorney General Alan Wilson announced Wednesday by the following suspects are coming in. Trevonta Matthews was charged with 4 counts of trafficking in persons, 1 count of conspiracy to commit trafficking in persons, 1 count of second-degree criminal sexual assault conduct with a minor, and 4 counts of contributing to the delinquency of minor. Jayla Riley, 20, who was charged with 3 counts of trafficking in persons and 1 count of conspiracy to commit trafficking in persons. Juliesia Williams, 24, who was charged with 1 count of conspiracy to commit trafficking in persons, 1 count of trafficking in persons, and 1 count of contributing to the delinquency of minor. Man, this is a mess. If you see people are handling children in hotels, when you are moteling it, you may want to report it to the FBI. That's if you can get through. Well, you have an unpaid speeding ticket in Virginia. You better not ride in Virginia. You know that those cops are pretty tough about that. Oh yeah, you could go to jail with an unpaid speeding ticket in Virginia. The states don't all share information. You'll notice that some states share information, like on the West Coast. It's kind of strange that way. You'll see people having inability to get licenses in Oregon when they have a minor whatever in California. But there's not a lot of shared information state to state on speeding tickets. Midwest farm bubble continues collapse as farm income expected to crash in 2017. Yeah. Thanks, Obama. Thanks, Trump, for not giving a crap about the farmers in California. Thanks for not even believing that there's a drought. I mean, Trump said there's no drought in California. It was made up by the Chinese. What an idiot. Midwest farm bubble continues collapse as farm incomes expected to crash in 2017. Earlier this week, the U.S. Department of Agriculture released its biannual report, Farm Incomes, which paints a very bleak picture of the American farmer. In its first forecast for 2017, the USDA sees real farm cash receipts down 14% versus 2015 and 36% from a previous high set in 2012, as farm debt continues to soar and leverage surges to an all-time high. So they're charging more money than the farmers can put out just to borrow that machinery. So the big business, be it corporate executives, are trying to buy up the small farmers, and that's something that really pisses me off. My great-grandfather was a farmer in North Dakota. My dad grew up on a farm. Thank you very much. Thank you. And I think the bottom line is, as we get into the farming community, we realize that most of this is due to herbicides, pesticides, and big pharma. All big farms, I should say. Big pharma is big pharmacological. Big farms are taken over. They say most of our food is produced by 5 massive agribusinesses. There are a few organic farmers still. I met a few in my area. We live in an area where we have a kind of a cool tilth organization that encourages small farms. So it's not over yet. And if I become president in 2020, I think we can get this nation's farming community back on track. I'm going to step hard on Monsanto and Dow and make sure they change their ways. Because remember, Monsanto and Dow are companies that evolved out of World War II and the chemical warfare industry. Go figure. So the reason why, my grandfather farmed cattle, pigs, and corn. New Dead Sea Scrolls were found. I did not know that. Thanks for telling me. Okay, a cover-up is going on. GE handled the Fukushima nuclear reactor design, knew it was faulty, so flawed it could lead to a devastating accident. So Natural News has this article about how Fukushima is kind of pointing back to GE and what they did. Cover-up, yeah. There you have it. Dump Trump. Here it is, cover-up. There it is. What a nightmare. We found out this past week that Fukushima is releasing 530 sieverts in one of its downed locations. One of the meltdowns is 6 or 4 sieverts will kill you. 530 will melt your flesh. Okay, GE, commonly known as GE. Yes, GE. It's rife with criminal, civil, ethical, and political offenses. Remember Jeffrey Immelt, the CEO of GE that worked as our job czar under Obama? What a joke that was. Yep, the corporate giant designed 5 of the 6 nuclear reactors at the Daiichi nuclear power plant, Fukushima. Mark I reactors, they were called, a design that company knew was faulty decades ago. The potential for disaster was ignored, and the end result was a catastrophe that was unleashed immeasurable harm on our environment. Yeah, GE workers resigned over reactor flaws. Some of them came forth and talked about it, and then they resigned. The Mark I reactor style has been heavily criticized. It's more susceptible to an accident that would result in the loss of containment. Yep, and then the series of events that have occurred at Fukushima, I can now blame world leaders. I blame the director of the IAEA for not responding to my email, where I talked about one of the solutions we could do to cap the ocean from getting contaminated. David, it's Black History Month. Will you be doing a blackface appearance? No. It was strictly a satire to make fun of Barack Obama because he's such a lying, terrible president. I'm glad in a way that we had an African-American president. I really am. But at what cost? Now we have an asshole for a president. Slightly different. One thing I can say about Barack Obama is he didn't appear to be that big of an asshole, you know? And I didn't like Barack Obama at all. I thought he was completely a fake, two-faced liar. But this guy's got that number one problem, and it's not going to make him liked by anybody. U.S. Congressman introduces a bill to defund NPR and Corporation for Public Broadcasting. Wow. So Diane Reeves may not get a job. Diane Reeves of NPR Radio. Let's see what we got here. Yeah, I think we could start defunding them because, they have a tremendous amount of... I have no problem with this. They're getting a tremendous amount of money from private donations. In 2007, a woman donated $440 million to NPR. Yeah. $440 million in an interest-bearing account could keep NPR running indefinitely. Why do they even need funds from the U.S. government? Representative Doug Lamborn, a Republican from Colorado, has introduced a pair of bills to eliminate the federal tax dollars that fund the budgets of National Public Radio and corporate public broadcasting. Yeah. Maybe I should go to I think I'm going to port... Have you gone to strictly wired connections in your home? A lot of people are migrating to Ethernet only. They want 20 million people, really, and you know this how? Okay. You're psychic? I gotta clean my board here for a second. Yeah, so anything we know or hear about in Washington really doesn't have any verification. So we really would benefit from a media verification alliance, I think. Just to keep that message alive. My thoughts, Billy, what do you got? You think Obama was an asshole? Okay, well, you have a right to believe that. He didn't appear like Trump in that way. Dear white people. Let's take a look, Billy. Billy Bush, everybody. Thanks for coming in, Billy. It's always nice to know. When you interviewed Donald Trump with that locker room thing, most people were like shocked. I'm amazed he won enough votes after that locker room talk.
Dear white people, here's a list of acceptable Halloween costumes. Pirate, slutty nurse, any of our first 43 presidents. Top of the list of unacceptable costumes? Me.
I think maybe my blackface video gave them the idea. Who knows? I really don't have a problem with it. Blackface was used in order to get past the terrible censorship that's gone on in our society and has gone on for some time. So I am very proud of the fact that I was able to do it. And I want to ring out a little cheery sound for everybody. Isn't that relaxing? Yeah. Extremely relaxing. Very relaxing. I don't have a problem with people doing blackface videos. I have a problem with the president. Time to cancel Netflix. Yeah, really. President Obama did absolutely nothing to advance black people in their communities. He gave more salaries out to black people in government jobs. We know that more black people are working for our government as a result of Barack Obama. But the situation in Chicago, he never even addressed it. And Rahm Emanuel is like, how do you talk to this guy, some Jewish guy, about the plight of black people? And I have no problem with people addressing the issue of police brutality. I think the cops in Chicago need to have some sensitivity training. It's terrible what's happening. I think they're treating people deplorably. Racial profiling is just the beginning of it. But remember, a lot of the deaths in Chicago right now, 12 shootings a day going on around the Chicago metro area. Involved what appears to be gang violence, black on black. So there's a big problem there that has to be addressed. I think legalization of marijuana will solve that. Neither one of these people could come up with a plan. Pro-legalization will actually pull the money out of the drug industry in that area, the black market drug industry. So pro-legalization will help in many ways solve this problem. The gang-on-gang violence is partly due to the fact that people feel like they're forcing each other on each other's neighborhoods. They're controlling certain corners, and a lot of this is, you can't sell cocaine in my area, and then they create a gang problem. Yeah, it's not cool. Do you think Putin let Obama in on the Trump sex tapes? Actually, I believe that Obama is it not the issue. I think Trump's sex tapes is the issue, so we have to focus on that. Since you weren't able to prosecute Obama, and since Trump doesn't want to prosecute Obama at this time, and I will be prosecuting Obama in 2020, I'm quite shocked at the way that Trump has moved into the White House. He seems to just want it for personal gain, not to solve problems, because in order to solve problems, we're going to have to prosecute Obama. He's made a big problem we've got to deal with. It's called Obamacare. That's the one big problem Obama created, really. We got to get rid of this Obamacare, and there's no way to do it with a lame duck Congress. They're not going to overturn it. Well, I think communism has creeped into the back door of a lot of people who support Trump. A lot of you Trump supporters really think that you should trust Putin, who, by the way, ordered the assassination of his competitor, allegedly. Yeah, that guy's dying of polonium poisoning right now. Yep, we talked about this at the beginning of our show. Putin's rival is in critical condition. This is the second time he's been poisoned with polonium. So you people who think we should open up a door of business and trade with Russia don't understand the problem. We don't agree with Russia on a lot of issues. And we certainly don't support autocratic rule like that which Putin has created. We have a cycle of only 4 to 8 years for a president. This guy's been in office for, 25 years? So yeah. I have 185 IQ. I will win 2020 because of my persistence. I don't think anyone is out there that's more persistent than me. And I've been able to reach a worldwide audience being persistent. And knowing the key to advertising is word of mouth, not digital television. In fact, UHF TV, which is analog, is kicking digital TV's ass in this matter. The UHF audience that can't even get into our censored chat room right here is almost unbelievable. They can't even get in here. Whenever we open up another chat room, there's some sort of a protocol the government's using against us, and they shut us down. They IP block people from Asia and Saudi. Actually, we've got IP blocks going on probably across the board. They're able, this technology that was developed called Echelon is able to pinpoint a central contact point. So when you look at the flow of the internet, they can identify key centers and bombard them and DDoS those centers and shut down access to anyone trying to reach our chat room. So it's pretty serious. Stephen Hawking has 184 IQ, and my extra 1 IQ point gives me the ability to tell you you are being sprayed like an insect. Every day across the globe, we're looking at chemtrails dumped on us on a daily basis. Here's a quote from one of the top PhD guys at CERN Reactor. These are clouds seeded by jets dumping aerosols into the upper atmosphere. And he's on record saying that Jasper Kirby is actually well-renowned at the CERN project. He's giving you the truth. So individuals have come out talking about these chemtrails and what they're doing to our society. And what we are now seeing on a daily basis is chemical heavy metals being put in our atmosphere along with aerosols. Silver iodide to attract water, aerosols to evaporate the air. And it's damaging the ozone rapidly. The environment we're living in is collapsing. The physical sustainability of the earth is under pressure to continue producing. And mass agriculture is not working. It's actually killing the soil. So I'm coming in almost at the final hour to try to save this nation from the unbelievable vagaries of evildoers that has started back in World War II. Chemical warfare industry people like Monsanto and Dow. These corporations were created to kill off enemies. Well, they've been retasked to kill off all of us. Now, we've got to step up and do this politically together. I can't do it alone. And because I'm still censored in the mainstream media here in America, the worldwide audience is beginning to move. There's going to be an interview that'll break the story that I've been suppressed and censored for 8 years in my own country, that Trump took 10 or more of my ideas to win the election. And that this whole goal here of building this unity somewhere in the center of the political spectrum cannot be shut down. That's the thing that we're going to see for 2020. I predict that in order to stop the environmental abuse and the reckless mindlessness of our government officials that just waste money left and right, get a guy like me in the office of the presidency and we will see a tight budget and a lean, mean running machine, I assure you. So in answer to a lot of the haters that come in here, I will ban you for slandering me in the show. Yeah, so just so you know, you will be banned in the show if you slander me. I don't even think Hawking is really a real person. I mean, Stephen Hawking may very well be a rubber robot. No one has ever lived past 39. And if you look at his face and the fact that he doesn't move his mouth, and they claim that he uses that he uses some sort of a device. This man could very well be a robot. We don't even know. We really don't even know. He could be a robot. You can imagine somebody sitting there in a chair, not moving at all, and saying, "Hello. How are you? You look nice today. Yes, I would like to have you bend over and spread your cheeks." I mean, seriously, it could be like Mr. Perversion. Speaking of that, we have a little clip here of Hawking. Yeah, seriously. Could be artificial intelligence. Stephen Hawking was at Orgy Island in 2007. I know. I didn't realize it until I saw it. And then there it was, staring at me. Yeah, he was pictured on Jeffrey Epstein's Island of Sin. I mean, maybe he's like a robot that roams
generated
around.
At least in part by the radioactive decay of uranium. Uranium was formed in supernova explosions. Then the statement that the Earth orbits at 19 miles a second. Well, that'd be okay if the Earth's orbit was circular, but in fact it's elliptical. So it's better to say that the Earth sweeps out equal areas in equal times. Kepler knew that back in 1609. Then the statement that space-time expands at the speed of light. Well, there was a period of expansion, exponential expansion, between 10 to the minus 36 and 10 to the minus 32 seconds after the Big Bang, called inflation, in which
I think you are being pedantic. Just remember that you're standing on a left.
I think you're being pedantic. That's funny. But yeah, we've got images here pictured on Jeffrey Epstein's sex slave Caribbean Island. Pictures of, yes, the roaming pervert himself, Stephen Hawking. Hey, you're number one in Singapore. Welcome. Hi, guys. You realize how easy it would be to fake this thing? I mean, this person? This thing. Sorry. Yeah, it's like, I never move my mouth. I am sitting here all the time with my hands folded just like this. And you're tempted to feel sorry for the guys, like, oh, I'm so sorry. Thank you. Could you please bend over and spread your cheeks? Yeah. Anyway, I'm just telling you that we could be faked out by the whole thing. He went there. Yeah, take a look. You can click the link if you want. to have more pleasure later. Looking at Stephen Hawking at Orgy Island is enough to lose an erection if you're an average American male. Oh, honey, thanks for mentioning the Stephen Hawking at Orgy Island thing, but I don't think we're going to be, doing it tonight. I lost my, my manhood. In 1933, the federal United States hypothecated all of the present and future properties, assets, and labor of their subjects, the 14th Amendment U.S. citizen, to the Federal Reserve System. So we gave it all to the Federal Reserve System, all of our assets and labor of their subjects in 1933. Boy, they really pulled a scam on us, didn't they? Guzzle Frog says it's completely true. Talking died in the mid-1980s. I agree. I will examine the pictures. We are looking at milesmathis.com. Hold please, as we go there to that location now. The greatest standing errors in physics and mathematics. The story continues. Miles Mathis. Ding, 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 ding. Standing errors in physics and mathematics. Did you know that Einstein was an idiot? I know people just say, well, Albert Einstein was really smart. Actually, no, he was kind of an imbecile. Tesla called him an idiot. He came up with E equals MC squared without any proof, any mathematical proof. Isn't that amazing? Oh, sorry. Having too much time. Go to the updates. New papers, PayPal. Overview papers, unified field theories discussed here. Newton, language, Coulomb, Maxwell. All gave us the UFTs. Yep. Standing errors. Calculus. Yep. What is the G? Looks like a very interesting... I've never seen this site. I'm going to have to check it out. The final simplification of the problem. Corrections to Einstein's transformations. You can find out more at milesmathis.com. Thank you for that link. I'll look at it later. Right now, I need to move on. So yeah, they're cloud seeding by jets, dumping aerosols into the upper atmosphere. And Stephen Hawking wouldn't even admit that. So you know that Stephen Hawking is probably artificial intelligence, unable to express any real emotion or possible human characteristics. They've never programmed him to tell the truth. He just tells you what they want you to hear. Very simple. Sarah's coming in just a bit. I know it's getting you're getting that lonely feeling. Sometimes when you're all alone and you need Sarah near you and she's here to read you from her book of cultural literacy, it makes you feel normal again. I feel how you're coming. We even talked about last night. We talked about how so few people read anymore, and how there's books on tape at the library. If you really want to go and do it, you can open up a world of information to yourself. I know. It's bothering me. Would you rather have the Illuminati symbol at the bottom of the page? Okay, I don't really want it there either. Make the world go away. Yep, you're right. Once again, we the people are the tenants and sharecroppers renting our own property from the sovereign in the guise of the Federal Reserve Bank. We the people have exchanged one master for another. Thank you, noble watchman. It's been going on for over 80 years without the informed knowledge of the American people, without a voice protesting loud enough. Now it's easy to grasp why America is fundamentally bankrupt. Thank you so much. You laid it out on the line, man. Well done. Trump may very well be completely owned by Henry Kissinger at this point. Well, I think not reading is part of the problem, but it's also an issue of eye strain when you reach my age. When you get to be my age, it's hard to see. Yeah, I'm a little bit older than most, so at the age of 45, you start to lose your vision up close. Seriously. I talked to an ophthalmologist about this. Seriously, if you're having a problem adjusting close up when you're, it's not necessarily a bifocal issue. Your vision and ability to focus forward to backward is not as smooth as when you're younger. Okay, this is a private message. Please do not read this. Okay, I didn't read it. I read it publicly. GOP elders push carbon tax on Trump. Here we go again. Well, it's about time. You know, Baker has been very, very vocal in the GOP. Pushing for carbon tax is the only way he can support the global New World Order, and which basically built his career. Look at this guy, hashing out the same old crap about carbon tax. The Republican elders have formed a coalition to lobby for the implementation of a carbon tax, reporting CNN, seemingly led by James Baker. It's releasing its proposal for carbon tax, climate. See how they're going to slip the New World Order in with the puppet they now installed, Donald Trump. I know, Donald Trumpet, the puppet, Trumpet. I'm 56 years old. And the only way I'm able to stay youthful in appearance is through artificial CGI technology. I'm just kidding. It's a joke. I use facial toners, and I swim every day. I think 30 minutes of swimming a day helps kind of tighten your skin. Keeps those wrinkles from forming. I've got some big wrinkles up here. I could probably pull my head back. Make me look a little younger. I'm perfect age to be president, yeah. I swim in the Fountain of Youth, yes. I found it. It's a small lake, a remote lake that I found. When you swim in it, you seem to stay young. It's amazing. The whole point of a social contract is to protect property and life. The contract has been violated by the body entrusted to enforce it, the people. If they weren't completely fooled into believing they're free, would be busy taking those responsible to task. Those responsible need to be taken to task, dissolving the contract and beginning anew. Protagoras, you're coming out with some good stuff too. Noble Watchman says we are reaping what has been sown. The result of our harvest is painful bankruptcy and a foreclosure on American property, precious liberties, and a way of life. You guys are writing copy, man. Are you going to be working on my speech team? Protagoras, yeah. Yep. Trump guzzles frog says Trump was quite a smart play by the elite to get left riled up and appease the conspiracy folk by tricking them into thinking he's an outsider, right? LOL, Trump is going to push more elite New World Order agenda than any president in history. New World Order is on fast forward now. To say we are all effed is an understatement. Yep. Few of our elected representatives, this is from Noble Watchman, says, in D.C. have dared to tell the truth. The federal United States is bankrupt. Our children will inherit this unpayable debt and the tyranny to enforce paying it. Well, that's where I kind of depart from your guys' position. I believe that we can actually restructure the United States of America, which was bankrupt in 1933. March 9th, 1933, the United States of America was bankrupted. We never were reassembled. We could just do a Chapter 11 reconversion on the United States of America and still pull out of this. We have immeasurable amounts of money stored up at the World Bank. We have $40 trillion held for us as part of our ability to support our currency and the loaning activity of the fractional reserve banking system. So they don't make it public, but they acquired all of the money we got from the Japanese and the Germans in terms of income. One woman, Karen Hudis, former attorney for the World Bank, stepped out of the bank completely in 2007 and has been working diligently for 10 years to try to get people to understand that we can still pull up the United States of America and dissolve this United States corporation, which really was created in 1871. The United States is different than the United States of America, in case you didn't know. Thank you. Do you believe that the collateral will be there when you go to draw it? They'll shift it to the next proxy country. Of course. Yes, we're aware they're never going to give up the gold. But I have a plan, and I can't really discuss it publicly because it's a very serious plan to actually seize those assets. But that's what we're going to have to do. They're holding it in trust for us. We could easily pay off our debt of $20 trillion and have $20 trillion to boot just to, start functioning as a real country again, without having to pay the piper like we are right now with this mock government we have at D.C. The future government may actually be operating out of Nebraska or Kansas or somewhere, in an underground bunker, for all we know. But right now, this mock government we have in D.C. has become kind of an impasse, because they're all fake, they're all on the take, and if they're not on the take and they're fake, they're being bought off or manipulated with child sex perversion acts that are going on. Weird. So it's all kinds of weird stuff that's been kind of undermining the credibility of our nation. And I think we can get it all back. But it's going to take some big moves. But I think that a third party is that big move, personally. I think we're all waiting for the inevitable. We're not going to get answers from the two-party system. They're completely owned and operated by powerful elitists that are even living outside of our country. So.
Hi, Laura.
So Sarah's back.
I know I don't check my Facebook. I'm so sorry. I just don't. I haven't done that in ages. I actually forgot how to sign in. That's all.
You look like an innocent college student. That's kind of cool. It's nice to look like an innocent college student.
Especially with my turtleneck.
Yeah, the turtleneck look. So you enjoy your breaks from the show. I appreciate the fact that you even do this show, because Sarah works during the day.
Speaking of which, I'm going to go plug something in.
Okay. So Sarah gives me a break. You know, I need 2 breaks to do the 5-hour show, and then we do another 5 hours of video. Then I come in and talk to people and chat in the evening, but not usually on camera, because I get into more of a relaxed mode. But doing the show daily has been kind of an on-stop effort beyond belief on my part. You know, I put the majority of the time into it, but I have the time. I'm retired, so I don't need to worry. The benefits of cannabis are enormous. This particular link here has 50 benefits to cannabis. I don't make any money doing this. No, I never have. I simply do it because I believe in what I'm doing. It can help you lose weight. I didn't know that. It can regulate and prevent diabetes. It fights cancer. It helps with depression. Here's a woman who's obviously high. Using compounds derived from cannabis, marijuana, to restore normal endocannabinoid function could potentially help stabilize moods and ease depression. It's showing promise in treating autism. It provides a safer alternative to drugs and alcohol because there's no physical addiction. It helps regulate seizures. It can help broken bones heal faster. I mean, hello. It's a treatment for ADHD. Thank you, 311. I appreciate you coming in. It can help treat serious addictions, like other physical addictions, like pharmaceutical addictions, like Vicodin. You might try marijuana as an alternative. It treats glaucoma. That's a known fact. It can help improve lung health. Yeah, smoking a joint actually can help. I mean, all of this is seemingly bizarre, or maybe vaping so you don't get the resins. And that's why it's outlawed. It's too beneficial. Exactly. Hello there, DT Laura. Welcome. Helps anxiety. It can help slow the development of Alzheimer's disease. It helps MS patients. It kills tumors. That's right. It can control muscle spasms. It can help individuals with eating disorders. It treats arthritis. It helps for those with PTSD. Well, just check the link yourself, you know. Learn green flower. I mean, I could go on, but instead I'm going to let you do the research. Let your fingers do the walking through the internet.
All right. And Sarah's going to give you some more trivia.
Thanks, Dark Engine. I'll take a look at that. And here's more trivia from Sarah. I'll be back in a little bit. I'll add this. The Rothschild conspiracy explained in 4 minutes. Thank you. Very good. Laura in LA has something. Lots of good stuff coming at us every night from links, and that's one of the reasons why I try to be attentive to the links, because it's a great form of entertainment for a lot of us that are looking for real evidentiary streams of knowledge. Kind of like the book Sarah's going to read from right now.
What was a test proposed by a British mathematician and often taken as a test of whether a computer has human-like intelligence? The first teacher, I don't know. Who was the first teacher? So close, boy named pigeons. You're just one. You added an extra letter that you didn't need to add. If a panel of human beings conversing with an unknown entity via keyboard, for example, believes that the entity is human, and if the entity is actually a computer, then the computer is had to have passed the test. It's called the Turing test. It's named after British mathematician Alan Turing. No, it's Turing test. No, I'm right. You're wrong. Nope. Alan Turing. Are you just messing with me? You're trolling. Trying to troll boy named pigeons. You're so funny. Alright. What is an electronic device that can work as an amplifier, transforming weak electrical signals into strong ones? It's normally made from silicon or other semiconductors. It's a basic device used in miniature electronic systems such as portable radios or as a fast switch in computers. What is that called? What's that device called? It's used as a fast switch in computers. 377, you've got it correct. Transistor. Like a transistor radio. That's pretty funny, pigeons. Alright. Good job on the transistor. What was the device used to transfer electrical energy from one circuit to another? With an alternating current, it will either raise or lower the voltage as it makes the transfer. 377 is on to the electronics. He has transformer is correct. Good job, 466. No, you're typing it just as he hit enter. Transformer. Transforms the energy. Oh. What is the location of an accident in 1979 in a nuclear power plant? An electrical generator powered by a nuclear reactor in Pennsylvania. The plant underwent a partial meltdown that resulted in very little leakage of radiation into the atmosphere. Panic among nearby residents, losses of billions of dollars, and intense criticism of nuclear power programs in general. It was 3 Mile Island, correct. 3 Mile Island in 1979. Chernobyl was in Europe. 3 Mile Island. What is a device that monitors and automatically responds to changes in temperature and activates switches controlling devices such as furnaces or air conditioners? Ooh, that's pretty cool. Chat room celebrity. I'm gonna watch that. Good job, all of you. Thermostat is correct. Catching lightning in a bottle. Unimpossible missions. GE.
We love doing things.
That's very cool. Well, I don't know. I put it over there. Good. I can't play it right now because I'm still broadcasting on. Oh, goodness. Oh, goodness. Okay, because since I'm still broadcasting on YouTube, I think. No, I don't want that there. Then I can't play, I'm not going to play YouTube videos while I'm broadcasting on YouTube. There we go. I know my hair seems like it's just like I could wet it down or something. It's just little fractals coming through the green screen because my hair is like poking out in some places. Probably from all day. Just static, exactly. Alright. What is the term referring to devices that use nuclear fusion, the fusion of atomic nuclei, to produce energy at very high temperatures? Think, what is high temperature usually referred to in energy? High temperature. Nuclear fusion. Thank you. You say it's pipe dreams. You say we can't do it yet. They would say that we did it in a hydrogen bomb. Thank you, Boy Named Pigeons. Ooh, that looks cute too, chat room celebrity. Thanks for all these cool YouTube videos. Oh my goodness, I'm... sensor. Nice. You did ARC training for 45 minutes today? Nice. Good job. Okay. There we go. Cool. What is one thing that would surprise you to know about me? Well, you already know quite a bit about me. I'm not going to share. I'm just going to let it be a surprise. How about that, Mad Dog? So that was thermonuclear, was a heat fusion reactor. Thermonuclear. I missed it if you said that. So good job if you did. I do like liver and onions. Surprise! It's true though. I haven't had that in a long time. Oh, you were surprised I come from a massive family, yeah. What is a device for accurate measurement of temperature? It consists of two dissimilar metals joined at two joints in a loop so that the difference in voltage can be measured. Because voltage changes in proportion to temperature, the voltage difference indicates temperature differences. Oh my goodness, thermocouple is right. I never heard of a thermocouple before tonight, so I learned something new. Thermocouple. Wow. What are we, welders over here? Well, now we learned something new, so. Oh, Mark has the lead? Oh, that's okay. I don't want to do that to be featured. No, it's not worth it. What is the dumping of heated gases or heated wastewater, often from electrical generating plants, into the air or water? It can affect the weather and threaten plants or animals living in it. Yeah, I probably do have a thermocouple somewhere. Oh, there's a thermocouple in my hot water heater. Nice. The dumping of heated gases or heated wastewater is called what? That would make sense. When they just dump it and they have no regard to it. Often we don't think of this word associated with heat. We think of it more as dirtying water. Like most people think of it when it's soiled water, but it's actually when they dump out the heat, same thing. So it's ready. You tell me when you give up and I will tell you then, because I want you to think about it. It's kind of strange. Dumping of heated gases or heated wastewater. And think of like when people throw trash overboard in the ocean, what do they call it? Pollution is correct. It's called, and then what's a scientific word for heat? What kind of pollution? So what's a scientific word for heat? Thermal pollution. I never heard of that before either. But thermal pollution is a dumping of heated gases or heated wastewater from electrical generating plants into the air or water. When we could use that thermal energy to heat up like homes or things like that. We should all go live near the power plant so they can just run the wastewater, like the heated water through houses, and it would be warm. I always thought of that, like, hey, they just dump all this heat out, and it's not necessarily radioactive though. No, I don't watch The Magicians. No, maybe I should. I haven't watched it. No. It's a good show. Okay. The Magicians. What is the what is automatic measurement and transmission of data or information by such means as wire, or more commonly today microwave relays, from the source to a distant receiver? For instance, satellite transmit their data by this automatic measurement. 466, you are on a roll. Yes, telemetry it's called. Telemetry. Automatic measurement and transmission of data. Telemetry. METR is like meter, like measure, and tele is transporting over distance. So measuring and then transporting over distance. Pretty cool. Telemetry. All right. What are Industrial is 466 reading my book. Maybe he is. Or she is. What are industrial produced chemical substances consisting of a number of molecules linked together with covalent bonds? And examples include plastic, synthetic fibers, and synthetic rubber. Actually, I'll even give you synthetic is in the name. What are industrially produced chemical substances consisting of a number, multiple molecules linked together with covalent bonds? Many molecules linked together with covalent bonds. You're on a roll. You're getting there. Synthetic fibers, synthetic hydrocarbons. Polymers are correct. Polymers, synthetic polymers. Poly means many. Mers, maybe it means materials. I don't know what mers means. But poly is many. Wait, what? 774. Woohoo! 327 got it. You all get that one? Okay. Oh, they have ocean thermal energy conversion. Nice. Chat room celebrity, I'll have that one too. Well, he might have taken it. Does he usually cast it this time? My goodness, this mouse is not very good. Now, if this Ocean Thermal Energy group would just tell people... There we go. If they would just have people not use... If they could somehow reduce the existing thermal pollution that exists, that would be good.
Right. Installing refrigerators at the bottom of the ocean is the only thing we can do. The methylene is melting so fast it's blowing. I know. We heard that Ed hasn't broadcast, so we're hoping he's hanging on. But, you know, improving life would be nice.
Okay.
Polymer scientists stole Dave's ideas. Yeah, that's cool. I don't care. You have to just move on. This is to better mankind, right? That's the whole purpose of thinking of ideas.
Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna go take some pictures and stuff.
Thank you, Sarah, for coming in.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Thank you, studio audience, for being here with Sarah. Thank you. Thanks, David, for coming in to fill in for Sarah. Thank you. Renewable energy solutions, right. That's what I really support. That was a good one, really? Okay. Yeah, so I've just reached the point where I think the fill-in hour with Sarah doing the trivia questions is actually good for you. It's mental gymnastics. It keeps you moving. Yeah, at least you can think for a little bit and use your brain power. They say if you don't use your brain, it rots.
I believe the world, and particularly the Judeo-Christian West, is in a crisis.
This is the fourth great crisis in American history. We had the Revolution, we had the Civil War, we had the Great Depression of World War II. This is the great fourth turning in American history.
The great fourth turning in American history. And somewhere over the next 10 or 20 years, we're going to come through this crisis. And we're either going to be the country that was bequeathed to us, or it's going to be something completely and totally different.
It's a crisis both of capitalism, but really of the underpinnings of the Judeo-Christian West in our beliefs.
We're on the right side of history.
All right, what is this ideologue, neocon, hawkish person doing in and so close to the White House when he himself he's registered in 2 separate states to vote, which is called voter fraud? And Ivanka has to answer to people as to why she's committed to voter fraud with 2 registrations in 2 separate states. Yeah. Lots of weird things going on in that world. Steve Bannon believes that the apocalypse is coming and the war is inevitable. If there was ever a situation where a man was put into a position of power who simply buys a self-fulfilling prophecy, and it's his own self-fulfilling prophecy, this is the guy. We've got a problem with this ideologue running operations at the White House. And I think once he's exposed, we're going to find out exactly where the world is going. You know, I don't believe that he even followed up on what Andrew Breitbart did at Breitbart.com when he worked there. He basically slammed everything that Breitbart tried to do. He didn't fight for revealing the Podestas and Pizzagate. Breitbart knew about Pizzagate 5 years before we did, and he ended up dying. Andrew Breitbart also believed that Barack Obama was indefinitely born in Kenya. Bannon doesn't even talk about it. He just mindlessly supports Trump, who says that no, Obama's definitely born in Honolulu, which is just not true. Judge Arpaio has just come up and said, hey, we've got factual evidence to prove that Obama forged that document. Factual evidence, because they've seen the other document. The other document that was copied. They've seen it. And it's exactly like the document that was presented in certain key areas, right down to the micro subatomic fibers. All right, so what to do with him? Steve Bannon, jeez. Put him out to pasture as something else. Maybe just maybe go back to Breitbart and try to do your job, buddy. Just get out of meddling into politics. Oh, yeah. Now, this is another phase of the technological development. You know, they're trying to shift us toward a cashless society. You know that. With all the digital cash transactions that are going on with debit cards, etc. Well, now in Europe, it's moving to begin the elimination of paper money. Oh, yeah. That's what the euro was about. That's what the New World Order was about. And that's why the European Union is now moving rather rapidly to solidify their control over currency distribution in Europe. They literally want to make this thing. Well, I can grab that. That's cool. They literally want to make this thing an immediate thing. They want to push it because they're running out of wiggle room. They're seeing certain key countries like Greece and Italy struggle under the euro, and how the Brexit is taking place. We're seeing how England just said, no, we want nothing to do with it. So it's kind of like a last gasp to create some mindless, moneyless society they want to create. In the shadow of Donald Trump's spree of controversial actions, the European Commission has been quietly launching the next offensive in the war on cash. These unelected bureaucrats have boldly asserted their intention to crack down on paper transactions across the EU and solidify a trend that has been gaining a momentum for years. The financial uncertainty amplified by Brexit has incentivized governments throughout Europe to seize further control over their banking systems. France and Spain have already criminalized cash transactions above a certain limit. But now the Commission has unilaterally established new regulations that will affect the entire Union. The fear of physical money flowing out of the trade bloc has manifested a draconian response from the state. So maybe they want the European Union to fail, so they'll cling to this idea of getting rid of cash. Yeah, maybe they're just going to try to take down every country by sucking them into this central vortex and then disposing of them. Just down the toilet bowl. And getting rid of everybody's cash. It'll destroy economies, I think. I think cash is one of the best things for a fluid economy. It's always proven to keep economies buoyant. Nice to see you again. My votes were completely thrown out and blocked. Yeah. We have no idea how many people voted for me, Broke One. Yeah. No idea at all. The Vaughn viewership is just completely defined by Vaughn. Mark can put me anywhere in the lineup. It doesn't matter. Our viewership overseas is phenomenal. We are reaching people through the UHF system, and now millions of people are watching us. So Vaughn is a non-issue. It's irrelevant. Vaughn has become kind of a place to chat, and at least I can control the chat and pick up ideas, and talk to you directly. But we really have a problem. Our viewership around the world is still unable to reach us. No, it's true. You give it up. Nobody's been trolling me beyond the trolls that have been trolling me. The ones that are trolling me really are trolling me, but the real numbers are real. Oh yeah. There's nothing to give up on this. You guys who are placed here from the Allied Signal Corps, who are simply trying to discredit what we're doing and trying to control the signal at Vaughn, you're working for the most evil and nefarious organization on earth, and you don't even know it. You're seeing daily the suppression of my freedom of speech on an international basis by Vaughn itself. And as much as I can speak out, I can't listen to my viewers. It's really unfortunate, and I want to hear their voices. And I can read 10 times faster than I normally read, so I can read 6,000 words a minute, which gives me the ability to actually read chat in 2 separate sections at the same time. We could easily have 1,000 times many chatters in these rooms if we just got Vaughn to stop taking money to censor me. If we could just stop that money gravy train he's getting from Trump. It's all coming out, yeah. You think the dealers in Los Angeles take plastic? No. The drug culture will keep cash alive. Cash is king because of the black market. And in a way, that's kind of one added side effect of having a black market. Not that that's a good thing, but let's be real. A robotic bee could help pollinate crops as real bees decline. Wow. Boy, we've really tricked ourselves into the fantasy of technology solving everything, haven't we? Just in the nick of time. I have a 6,000 words a minute with 0 retention. So I could definitely say I have 6,000 words a minute with 0 retention. That's a fact. That I don't even have to, dispute. 28% retention at 6,000 words per minute is pretty good. If you get over 60% retention, have you ever studied the Evelyn Woods speed reading dynamics courses? Well, they claim a 64% or better retention rate. What's the point? It's because I read every word you're saying. I have a 99.9% retention rate on this particular chat. Well, where? That's the question, 728. Maybe you can come up with a place we could broadcast, because we've been completely censored on Twitch, and I don't like their chat features. Vaughn has better chat features than any of the others. Spreecast we could pay to do, but they don't have the best features as well. We'd be paying close to $160 a month to do Spreecast. We could... Okay, you're lying. Why are you lying about speed reading? Cam up? No. No, it's got too many porn videos. It's just, I don't want to be associated with that site. I can't see your URL, guest. Whenever you post a URL, this is what we see on the screen from a guest. Removed URL. See? Oh, that's too much to cast, I know. I'm not going to pay $160. The Kardashians can, but I can't see you guys think you're sending URLs. Vaughn made it very deceptive. You think... No, I cannot remove it. You think that the URLs are coming in because they look like their URLs are coming in, but no one can see your URLs. I'm just showing you the screen. My message is getting screwed, but the problem is breaking into another network, they begin to IP ban on that network. They're able to actually target where the streams of information are coming from. So if all of a sudden the world starts going to a new site and I give them a new site, they can start targeting that. The only alternative to this is running a dedicated server here at the house or at another location. Go to cydo.b. Okay, let's take a look. I know, hire a programmer to build my own chat, but in case you haven't noticed, not one of you have donated anything to our cause. And without money, we were able to reach out to millions of people through UHF, but we don't have any ability to finance an education program or finance somebody who's actually going to actually do this. This is a difficult code development, and Vaughn is able to tweak it. He's a good tweaker, but I don't really think he came up with the code. I think he borrowed it from previous encounters with other systems that he worked with. So, public channels, there you go. Okay, I'll check it out, man. This might be a way to bring people in. Create your own channel. Okay, and there's 43 people in this one, 158 people in Vernon. Okay, that sounds like a good one. I'll check it out. Thanks. Might as well. Yep. Yeah, maybe we can do it if the chat feature on that works. It's not that I don't need a video stream. I need a chat feature. I've got video streams. Do they have a chat feature there? Let's take a look. It's connected. There are 158 people in there. They have an embedded script that people have to hit. Yeah, it has a chat feature. By the white line, I can't remember how, I can't remember why. So it's kind of a gaming thing. This could work, yeah. I can't make it go away. I think do they like cater to depressed people? Yeah, they must cater to. Thank 2 viewers at your house. Thanks. They must cater to depressed people. It's like I can't. The guy was saying, you know, I don't even want to go there. Is that what's happening? People are just so depressed that like hanging out in rooms going, I can't bear it anymore. I can't stop the pain. The best democracy money can buy. Question and answer is 2 hours and 49 minutes. Wow. This guy's talks his head off.
My reports appear in The Guardian, on BBC Television, and lately in Rolling Stone. The crime I investigate, vote theft. I go after vote thieves and ballot bandits. My latest case, the people versus Donald J. Trump. Donald J. Trump did not win this election. He didn't win the popular vote, and he didn't win the vote in the states of Michigan, nor in Wisconsin, nor in other key electoral college states.
This guy looks like he's good. I want to see this. This is definitely something I want to see tonight. 2 hours and 49 minutes. That's great. Great link. Thanks for the link, Ola. Wow. Yeah, he's definitely somebody who's tracking the election results. Good. Hey, no, I appreciate it, man. Anytime you come up with ideas to broadcast, I'll look at that. It might be something we could do. Yeah, anything that could jump into another network rather quickly.
My name's Greg Palast.
Hi, Greg. How you doing? I agree. So we are, folks, a microcosm of the New World Order implementing its final closing chapter. America has become virtually the testing ground for the global elitists, the monarchy, to rebrand themselves and call themselves the New World Order. How trendy. And they're trying to do the same thing they did when they funded Hitler. They're now trying to fund both the Democrats and the Republicans, and they've been doing it in every election for many, many decades now. And the last thing they want is a third party that can actually challenge their power structure here in America. It's like pulling the leg out from under a three-legged table. So these people who are pinions of power, who want to control the destiny of mankind, they don't care about you. They don't care about us. They want to depopulate the world. They want to get rid of people. They're willing to poison you in the air we breathe and the water we drink. They put chemtrails in our air. They're trying to manipulate our weather. They're getting away with making us all believe we've got some sort of global climate change happening. And they are making global climate change happen. They're killing off the environment. They want to have a global ecological reset. And honestly, they don't need us anymore. You worked, your family worked, they're done with you. They could just assume give you tumors and the food you eat and let you go off to the cancer ward. They don't care about your food, your water, the air you breathe. So here we are, unable to stop them because they control the very apparatus of our government, the two-party system. And I've been building this third party for the past 8 years. And as we build this third party, it's been an endless battle to fight censors. Even in our room that we broadcast in, we're only allowed about 100 people in here. The guy that runs the network claims that he has to sell VIP capacity server issues to everybody, that if you want to get better access, you pay money. That's a smokescreen for censorship. And as you can see when you go into our chat room, there aren't a lot of VIPs in there. So his whole game plan, it really revolves around censoring our show. Because when we moved over here 4 years ago, we brought with us millions of viewers from Blog TV, because Blog TV was bought up right from under us. And the very technology we're using, the rich internet application that we're using to get video and audio to you and chat simultaneously, was the very best it could ever be with Blog TV. The guy who bought the patent on Blog TV, and it sits on it to this day, YouNow.com, that person is sitting on a goldmine of potential interactive chat. It's unbelievable how great that system used to work. This doesn't work as well, but we're stuck here, and we're being censored here. And this guy that runs the Vaughn Network is probably profiting a great deal. We know that he's recently bought a 28-foot Bayliner boat. He bought his dad a $55,000 Rolex watch. Yeah, I mean, the list goes on, all the things he's buying. It's clearly obvious somebody's paying him to shut us down. So that being the case, we're still working on new ways of getting broadcasting out to you, and chatters who want to chat around the world will be able to chat eventually. We just have to figure this out, because there's somebody in power that wants to suppress this message more than anything in the world. And you, the people, are actually spreading the word through word of mouth, the most powerful form of advertising that's underrated. Yeah. We're looking, the New World Order is sitting on a three-legged table right now. And if the U.S. and the balance of powers exist so powerful in one leg, they've got Russia in the other leg. Their other leg is their monetary control over the world. If they're able to lose our leg, they won't stand. Basically, we're the police force around the world for the New World Order. The U.S. government has been manipulated, and most of the people in our government are on the take. It's fairly obvious. So, yeah, we're going to try to do with the unthinkable for the 2020 election. And if you're on board with this, we're on board to build this party. But it's going to take a lot more than just this chat room, unfortunately. I wish it was just as simple as that. But the world is participating now, so I feel much better than I used to. I realized that the world at that point hadn't heard of us, and now that they like us, these people who are in control cannot stop what we have. It's bigger than them. They don't have power over word-of-mouth communication. They can't go to your brother and say, or your friend and say, you can't talk about that David Gate thing. You know, you're talking about Dave too much. Yeah, you can't mention Dave Gate. I mean, I imagine they could turn Dave Gate into a bad word on Reddit, or make it illegal to say. Seriously, they're not above that. Look what they did with Pizzagate. The very architecture of the corruption in this world, all under the heading of this tip of the iceberg situation, where the worst possible people are in charge of a hornet's nest of pedophilic activities, sitting in D.C., and nobody can talk about the word Pizzagate. They have so much control over the CEOs of Reddit and, of course, Twitter. Give me a break. And we talk about it in the evening. We have a lot of videos that we play that discuss this. And there's a couple new breaking videos that came into our show that should be very good tonight. Field of Vision. Project X. Okay. A top-secret handbook takes viewers on an undercover journey to Titan Point, the site of hidden partnership. This is all weird. Very interesting stuff. I had no idea. Yeah. Well, we'll be looking at that tonight, I guess. Yeah. Very cool. Never even heard of this. So you learn so much when you do these shows. It's phenomenal. And that's why I think doing this show has given me a greater knowledge of this country and where we're going. Of course, Mark has government ties. The fact of the matter is, Mark has been on the take for over a year now, directly feeding off of whatever government money they're throwing at him. He's literally living off the money that they pay him to censor this show. I know why I won't take you seriously, because I'm going to ban you right there. Yeah, let me show you the link. It's luckily I use the feature recently closed tabs, and I'm able to pull it back up. I like Google Chrome for that reason, and I still like Firefox for that reason. They give you the ability to reconstruct your entire tab lineup, so you see exactly where you were. It's pretty cool. There's the video. Oh, thank you, Dark Engine. You had it as well. Oh, this is another one? Project X is this building. Okay. Titan Point. It's an NSA spy hub in New York, hidden in plain sight. So I guess it's no longer hidden. Wow. Ooh. Project X, there it is. You're traveling through another dimension. A dimension of both sight and sound, of both things and ideas. You've just crossed into a wondrous land of both that of the imagination and that of absolute video stall. It's not playing. You know, why is it that YouTube videos play so well? Because they created something incredible. There it is. Oh, it's the same video. Yeah, it's the exact same video embedded on the page. Okay, thank you. Gotcha. Yes. Hope you had a relaxing day. I did my cooking show, which was exceptional. Coretta Scott King's 1986 statement to the Senate about Jeff Sessions. Now, this is what was suppressed by Elizabeth Warren. In 1986, Coretta Scott King wrote a letter in opposition to Jeff Sessions' nomination to become a federal judge. It criticized Mr. Sessions' record on civil rights and said that elevating him to a higher office would demean the record of Mrs. King's husband, the late Martin Luther King, Jr. So yeah, there you go. And this is why Elizabeth Warren was putting this out there, and this is why a lot of people are trying to derail her, including me in my own attempts to get the truth about her Indian heritage. But it's not to shut her up, because I really appreciate what she said about Jeff Sessions. How many times is the director going to make their film Project X? I don't know. Ask Elon Musk, the reigning crack addict and technologist. And if you haven't heard, Elon Musk does have a little crack addiction. She was being impudent. Well, the fact of the matter is, Elon Musk says that crack helped him stay awake when he only has 4 hours of sleep. Yeah, Mark is definitely censoring me. Big time. He's lying about not censoring us. He shut down over 4 million IPs into this room. It's a crime what he's doing. I just don't exactly know which crime. So yes, this is the late great. Elon Musk isn't sleeping much these days, while he usually pulls all-nighters just to get his stuff done. He pulls in a solid 6. It's been a lot less these days, he says. To be fair, the founder has a lot going on. He says crack helps him survive with no sleep. You know, you gotta love the billionaire mentality. Who cares what people think about him? He's just gonna smoke crack. All right. And let's get to that next piece. Oh, man. Do the name Ruby Begonia ring a bell? Well, I don't believe it does. No, sir. I'd be the perfect secret agent.
A person who has exhibited so much hostility to the enforcement of those laws.
The senator is reminded that it is a violation of Rule 19 of the standing rules of the Senate to impute to another senator or senators any conduct or motive unworthy or becoming a senator.
Mr. President, I don't think I quite understand. I'm reading a letter from Coretta Scott King to the Judiciary Committee from 1986 that was admitted into the record. I'm simply reading what she wrote about what the nomination of Jeff Sessions to be a federal court judgment and what it would mean in history for her.
You stated that a sitting senator is a disgrace to the Department of Justice.
So can I continue with Coretta Scott King's letter?
The senator may continue.
Mr. Sessions ignored allegations of similar behavior by whites, choosing instead to chill the exercise of the franchise by blacks by his misguided investigation.
Mr. President.
They are.
Mr. President.
The Majority Leader.
The senators impugn the motives and conduct of our colleague from Alabama as warned by the chair. Senator Warren, quote, said Senator Sessions has used the awesome power of his office to chill the free exercise of the vote by black citizens. I call the senator to order under the provisions of Rule 19.
Mr. President, I am surprised that the words of Coretta Scott King are not suitable for debate in the United States Senate. I ask leave of the Senate to continue my remarks.
Is there objection?
Object.
I appeal the ruling.
Objection is heard. The senator will take her seat.
I appeal too. I appeal to your sensibilities, folks. I mean, if Coretta Scott...
I'm here today for one...
Oh, shut up. If Coretta Scott King said he's a racist, I mean, that's about as emphatic as it gets. Yeah, I definitely think that Mr. Sessions should not be in any way ratified as the AG. I think we need somebody more sensible and objective. I especially don't like the fact that he said that good people don't smoke marijuana. Y'all know that many people enjoy a little bit imbibing with a marijuana reefer when you're listening to some jazz or some blues, and smoking a J is nothing better. You know what I'm talking about? No. Well, then don't even answer me. Thank you. I think it is kind of screwed up. I think Jeff Sessions should just withdraw. I think Elizabeth Warren was absolutely right, but that does not dissuade me from wanting to see her genetic evidence someday in the future. Yes, we want to see genetically if she is a Cherokee Indian, because otherwise she committed fraud over the past 35 years and should be doing jail time. Next. Reefer sets you free. I hear you, man. Oh, I mean, if you don't know how to take the edge off, there ain't nothing better than a little smoke of dope. Smoke a dope. Yeah, there's a serious reason why people are enjoying marijuana, because it is medicinal. That's insane. You're out of your mind. God. I can't believe people come up with this crap on the alternate. Some of you are like cattle. Don't be like cattle. Elevate yourself. Yeah. 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 Get your head out of the gutter, sir. Elevate your mind. Grow your intellect. Get books on tape at your local library and listen to a novel. Many of you can't read, so y'all can listen to a novel. Dave, damn, Mark came online. Dave went to 68, Mark to 100. Yeah, exactly. Mark controls everything that goes on in his show. He can just bring himself right up to 100, no problem. He's got dials on this stuff. No, marijuana has actually enhanced my ability to actually communicate with you on a simple level. I can relate. I smoked a marijuana joint one time in 1981, and I tried it, and it was very interesting. So it definitely gets me to the point where I can relate to a lot of you. Dave got marked down, yeah. You can see he's totally censoring us. It's like cats out of the bag, man. It's totally there. He makes a lot of money, too. Mark was redirecting all of Dave's traffic to his channel. I wouldn't doubt it. Yep, the only news on Fukushima is they haven't implemented my plan. and it's not too late. That's all we really need to know. We will, however, begin the solution to Fukushima once I become president, but I'll be working collaterally with the Japanese government to do everything I can to make a better solution quicker. We're not going to be able to do it, just sitting here going, well, what are we going to do? I don't know. What are we going to do? I think we can do it, though, but it's going to take a little bit more than that. We don't need an artificial, some sort of an artificial intelligence to solve this problem. That's irrelevant. Yeah, we need something much better. I have a plan right here for you to look at. We talked about the early in the show. We talked about generating wind on top of wind kinetic generators on top of your rooftop. This is just one of the many ideas that we could actually deploy along with our solar rooftop revolution, which will lead to jobs. We have a plan to actually create large solar rooftops in America. And some of these houses could be retrofitted with this concept of creating windmill power on top of the roof. What a concept. Yeah, kinetic generators that just work day and night while you're sleeping. The wind is just going in there and spinning little generators. This was our new idea, yeah. This idea came from a contributor in our show who suggested it and sent us a line drawing of it, and we just made a simple image to verify and show him what we were talking about. Very viable, yeah. So there's a lot of air that banks off of that roof that could be brought in. Well, I hope somebody steals the idea because we're running out of time. So I could give these ideas away forever. It's just we have to implement them. And Donald Trump, being he stole over 10 of my ideas to get elected. Wow. Free diving with manta rays. This has got to be the weirdest. I mean, after that guy died, this is scary dangerous. Wow. Mark Tipple. I'm kind of blown away, man. Free diving with manta rays. There's a special woman who I want to get to know her. Yowza, yowza, yowza. I'm freaking out. Oh man, she's got some serious kahunas. Oh my God. Free diving with a manta ray. Whoa. I am amazed. That is freaky. After that Irwin guy died, it's like, yeah, right. Seriously? I don't know, man. Steve Irwin, you have one? Oh, well, you're not the only one. There's a lot of people with those. Trump hired Elon Musk. Well, Elon Musk must have a good connection for crack cocaine. I don't think Trump does drugs, though. Well, I just thought she was a cute, person with great bravery to be. I dove with tiger sharks, so I know how it feels to be in the water. Mr. Kissinger, hello. I'd like to talk about the New World Order and what Donald Trump is doing to help America. I don't like trust babies, no. I don't trust them. I think they have a lot of money and they don't know what to do with it. They spend a lot of time sitting in coffee shops wondering what to do. If only they can meet somebody. I've seen a few trust fund babies at, I went to the Wynn in Vegas. It was so funny. It's like, these guys are getting laid with prostitutes. That's their only sex life. And they look like, paunchy, and you're sitting around like they play blackjack every day with their parents' money. But no, a lot of us are, dealing with just surviving. So if you got enough money to survive, good for you. I don't judge you. You be you, okay? You gotta be you. You've gotta be you. Solar panels, vacation Wi-Fi at risk for hacking. We know emails can be hacked. What about solar panels? The computer security industry's annual pilgrimage to Vegas this week for a trio of conferences will hash out the myriad creepy ways criminals can breach our increasingly connected world. What? How can anybody hack a solar panel? I think I've seen everything. USA Today, of course. Let's forget that one. I just don't believe that one. Watch everyone, as anyone will be jumping off the fraudulent Trump bandwagon, which may have already noticed started in earnest on Monday. Donald won't have a friend in D.C. by the end of the week. Really? Noble Watchman says some pretty interesting things. He said Trump has begun his public exodus from perceived power, but we know privately his resignation was signed this weekend on McGill Air Force Base. Really? We were told that he will resign after Israelis Bibi Netanyahu arrives for a meeting in February 15th due to potentially ethics violations surrounding his business interests, which was always the plan. Great. Yeah, so they wanted Pence in there. He's more controllable. Yeah, tell me about it. Wow, that's interesting. An insane New Orleans tornado. Watch this. This is scary. That's ripping everything up. Whoa. No, man, that's scary. Holy moly. Here we go. Buckle down. Hunker down. That's a scary... New Orleans doesn't usually have tornadoes. Y'all come back now, you hear? Yeah, I never saw no tornado in Louisiana like that. Yeah, yes, sir. That's a mighty big tornado, too. Well, it's probably the chemtrail activity reverberating around the world. Free diving with manta rays. That is amazing. I'm going to add that to our lineup tonight and the environmental section. Plan is for Trump's resignation to usher in Pence. Yeah. Seems like Pence is the guy they're going to put in charge, being he's more controllable. Wow. You think it has something to do with those kid deals that he's been accused of? Oh, sorry. There's no wig here. This is my hair. Thank you. The swamp didn't get drained, everybody. You got fooled. You're welcome, guys, in case you were wondering what happened to me. I do the show every night to remind you of how you've been fooled by the two-party system and bring you up to speed. What happened under Trump recently is just bizarre. According to Vox, Trump paused a call with Putin to make an aide explain a nuclear arms treaty. Yeah, we kind of knew that he wasn't quite up to speed when he was asked in the third debate about the nuclear triad. He didn't know what it meant. The nuclear triad is our air, sea, and land-based nuclear defenses. Trump paused a call, literally, just to get it to explain a nuclear arms treaty. Thursday afternoon, Reuters reported that Donald Trump interrupted a phone call with Vladimir Putin to ask a basic question about U.S.-Russian relations. Specifically, he asked what New START, a nuclear arms agreement inked by Obama administration, was. The New START program. Once he heard the basics, he immediately informed Putin that he was against it. When Putin raised the possibility of extending the 2010 treaty known as New START, Trump paused to ask his aides in an aside what the treaty was. Trump then told Putin the treaty was one of several bad deals negotiated by the Obama administration, saying the New START favored Russia. Trump also talked about his own popularity. Okay. All right, we are dealing with a real. No, I didn't ban anybody. It's Vaughn. Vaughn is censoring us. Yeah. Every night. Till we can figure this out. SpaceX to send lethal MRSA superbug to International Space Station. Oh yeah, put the most lethal superbug in the air. That's great. Sure, why not? No need to worry in case it blasts into the atmosphere. Oh yeah. The lethal MRSA is going to be tested in the space lab for no reason other than, gee, whatever. Why not? Something to do. The lethal superbug, which is resistant to many forms of antibiotics, will be used for space-based science experiments in the hope that science will get a better idea how to treat it. Lead researcher Dr. Anita Goel told Forbes that the experiment at the space station could cause the mutation rate of MRSA to accelerate. And so scientists will be able to predict how the bug will adapt and change on Earth, planning for mutation patterns before they happen. Okay, so we're going to send the most lethal superbug into space, knowing that it could cause it to mutate more and rapidly, to find out how it will prevent it from mutating here on Earth. You see why they call these people educated fools? I'm just in a state of shock. I really am. The level of stupidity of our Ivory League experts is beyond my common sense, simple understanding. The viewership has been completely controlled here. Yeah, don't worry about that. We'll figure out a way around it. It just takes a while. Okay, this man hacks solar panels. He's claiming he can manipulate it. Okay. 1,000 more homes are vulnerable, according to him. Huh. I'm just wondering what he means by hacking. What the amount of money they contribute. So apparently he's able to interrupt the amount of money that they can contribute. Fred Brett Monet knows how best to secure his home by hacking it. It was connected to the internet. It had vulnerabilities. The problems he found, according to the security pro, could have allowed him to spy on and hack the power supply of at least 1,000 homes. His first concern was an open Wi-Fi access point being served from his Solar Array Management Unit, MMU, a product from Tigo Energy, a device that allows panels to be controlled and monitored from the web. If anyone could log into it, they would have a good chance of spying on his home network. Could connect to the device and potentially jump into my home network, which is absolutely scary. Yeah, pretty soon they'll be watching how much porn you're watching at night. That would be scary, wouldn't it? Hacking in the sense of hogging all the energy? I don't know. Maybe that's part of it. Bottom line is, none of this technology has been properly vetted. Not even in terms of electromagnetic radiation. Especially the smart meters. They're really dangerous. Many of you who are living next to a smart meter at your local apartment building. We found the new Dead Sea Scrolls. Okay. Many of you are living next to a grid like this. Clusters. Clusters. Yeah, everyone is smart metered now, yeah. But say you're living in an apartment building and your apartment happens to be right next to this. Warning, it's time to move. Yep. It's time to move out of that apartment. You are receiving background radiation from those smart meters. There's nothing we can do to help, nothing I can recommend. I could recommend building a Faraday cage over those smart meters. That's possible. But I don't think your apartment manager would like that. I do it over 1 meter at a time. So where we have a little meter just like this. And what I did is I took aluminum screening material and built a little cap for it. And it works great. It doesn't affect the smart meter's operational ability. It in no way impairs their ability to read your bill or send signals to your electric system. So it doesn't impede their ability, but there's so much field energy that's never been tested that you've got to be aware of it. And it's not something that you should just take lightly. If you do live next to something like that, you really should consider moving to another apartment. For real. Just for your own benefit. There have been cases of radiation, RF frequencies affecting your mind, your body. It creates tumors in brains. It's very dangerous. Okay, this story just came in. The 12th Dead Sea Scroll cave discovered in Israel. Really? They discovered a new cave in Israel. They say once held Dead Sea Scrolls, making it just the 12th such cave of its kind found. It's a milestone, according to the Hebrew University of Jerusalem. The cave was looted long before the archaeologists excavated, but instead they found telltale signs that scrolls have been there, broken storage jars and lids on its edges, and a tunnel in the back. And it'll be the new home of the U.S. Embassy in Jerusalem. I'm just kidding. What a coincidence. If you own the property, you can often keep the old meters. That's nice. Dave, for your information, I get regular PMs saying I should stop watching your stream. Really? So the IM system on Vaughn is now threatening people who are watching our show? Are you serious? Thank you. See what I'm talking about, folks? This is why we need another network. They shut your power off. Yeah, it does allow the meter to communicate. Well, you know, I'm sorry you had a problem with that. If I had if I was forced to not use my Faraday cage, I would definitely move out of the house. Absolutely. Yep. You can't refuse a smart meter. It's required by law. Well, you can go off the grid completely, but there's an international law that isn't enforced in the United States saying you have to be on the grid. Seriously. And you're not allowed to produce enough electricity to equal 110 volts. Cyber Jedi is an electrician. He brought this to our awareness. The UN has this overseeing capability of running our grid. It's weird. Yeah, ultimate top crap hits the fan currency ideas. Prepping for the economic collapse. This is a good video that Scissor Fight brought in. Thank you. Oh, that looks good. Bartering items for after the fall.
So it's the end of the world as we know it, and you want to barter and trade.
Not a good idea. Yeah, I'll play the video for you later, but not a good idea to barter and trade in a downturned economy. Not a good idea at all. If you're running into a situation where you want to make money or trade with others, you're gonna get taken. It's a vulnerable time for you to stand there and say, well, I got a lot of cigarettes here and I'd like to trade them for some water because my family's going dry. Yeah, you could be robbed and killed. That's just a reality. You know, I'm working on it. It's not about me finding a better place to cast from. We've already tried 6 or 7 different avenues to go to in the past 2 years. Every time we go to it, Echelon follows and shuts them down. They're able to IP ban as we go. So once we tell you, Echelon knows, and then IP bans, summarily right afterward. Yeah, I wish I could, but we're dealing with artificial intelligence and their ability to censor us. So as much as I would love to be able to bypass that, we were banned from Twitch for no reason. Yeah, I'm telling you that they're working it hard, but we've got viewership around the world. The UHF people like to watch us, and for a good reason. We offer unique and unusual opportunities for people to understand how we can fix this problem. We're giving people hope around the world. The legalization plan that we support obviously goes against Duterte. Well, look at that. The legalization plan that we promote goes against the anti-drug culture of the Republicans. We think it'll be a really big win for us. But there are companies already making solar panels, so we could easily fit this right in immediately in 2020. But this is a U.S. Army Corps of Engineers operation, producing solar panels that could be going on any rooftop in America. People aren't afraid of me, man. They're afraid of what I can ultimately do. Yeah, they don't want me to gain any more power than I already have. Power in numbers, I'm telling you, they are censoring me heavily, yes. We have 300 million viewers worldwide right now, and you may think that's a joke. A lot of you may think it's a joke, but they are controlling this dialogue, which is very limited. They are definitely the most feared person in a world as corrupt as ours is an honest person. And that's why they fear what I'm doing. Diggin' Brits, look at this. She's an she goes out, she takes her metal detector, and she does an amazing amount of digging in the ground. Here she is digging the ground there. Summer River metal detecting with Dig and Brit. Kind of a cool hangout. Some of you guys want to hang out with a pretty woman and look for metal. She's got the market on this. 2 million viewers, look at that. She goes out there and kind of bends around and wears her outfits. Something about a woman outdoors that attracts guys. Endless viewing. Now, the Nielsen guy was fake. We know for a fact he was, yeah. But the other people that were coming in at the same time, and still are absolutely confirming information that I think we can more than... There's so many indications of what's happening, I can't tell you. But we could have 15 people in this room, and I would know that I'm still reaching millions of people, because this room is censored, as evinced by all the things Mark is buying. He's making money somewhere. I mean, it's not coming from the VIP capacity stuff here. Yeah? You tell me where Mark is getting his money. Yeah, you tell me. It's not the numbers of people coming in here. It's not advertising. It's censoring me. People have said, he had even admitted it on his channel. They're censoring David. Trump is paying him. Yep. When Trump started stealing my ideas, he didn't know what to do with this, so he's willing to throw some money at this. It's not that expensive to shut, Mark up and make him do whatever he says. Absolutely. Yeah, he's buying his 4th car really soon. Yeah, I believe it. See how we have confirmation for somebody in the room. Now you can say, oh, I can't believe anybody in the room. But people all over are hearing Mark say this stuff. Mark is bragging about it. Is Mark Illuminati? Look, when you take money from these evil people, you become Illuminati. There's no other way around it. He's already sold his soul to the devil, and now they're doing their dirty work, keeping me down. I don't need to go into deep detail here for you to understand how serious this allegation is of censorship, but it is serious. If you think you've got no censorship in America and somehow everything's just the way you think it is, you're completely fooled. They've got you believing you've got choice by having 2 parties. They keep a third party out of the choice because they can't control a third party. They want to define what a third party is, so they keep people like Alex Jones in the loop so that he can say, well, your problem is you're not breaking out of the typical paradigm and doing your own thing. You have to constantly redevelop your... this guy is just a mindless shill for the New World Order. He won't endorse a political movement. He'll endorse Trump because Trump is on the take with the New World Order. He's basically got huge collateralization of his debt being handled by the Fed. And that's why Trump is their little puppet. Basically, he's Kissinger's bitch. New alarm sounded over North Korea's EMP potential. Yeah, they're doing a lot of work in this department. So is Iran. Alarms once again are being sounded over North Korea's capability to launch satellites that could carry a nuclear weapon and be detonated at high altitude over America, creating an extremely powerful electromagnetic pulse that would knock out the nation's vulnerable electrical grid system, according to a report from Joseph Farah's G2 Bulletin. It is on that grid system that the nation's life-sustaining critical infrastructures, from food supplies and utility services to financial and even communications, depend. Kind of like Depends underwear. You got to depend on Depends. I bet he does. He purchased a full line of butt plugs. So Alex Jones admits he's never done DMT. Well, who cares? I'm the only guy doing this. I don't think you understand. In 2010, we contacted the FEC, and we asked them, what about revenue from the internet? Can we use that as revenue? Consider it donations? No, you can't. But if you want to know for sure, we could probably have a discussion about it. And she said, what do you mean by that? Revenue from the internet? Well, we said, we had a conversation with them. Well, money that comes in from an internet source we don't necessarily know if it's U.S. based. Oh no, we can't do that. But you're the first person that's asked. The first person that's asked. How about that? So in 2010, we already knew we were the only ones forming a political party in America. Okay? Here we are, fast forward 7 years, going on 7 years. We're the only ones doing it. And we're proof that they're trying to suppress us because of our overall viewership around the world. It's skyrocketed the past year, and they're trying to hone this dialogue down. They've got people shut down from other countries. They can't even come in here. So we're relying on some people, like we had a person from Peru who just said, hello, David, this is from Peru. They usually have to hit that refresh button like 1,000 times to get in here. Because Mark's got this capacity server thing playing, which is just a ruse. A complete ruse for what he's really doing, which is censorship. All right? I don't need to even discuss this anymore. I mean, it should be obvious to you by now. Their censorship has failed on, has not? No, their censorship has continued here locally, yeah. I don't get a single interview, and when I do, I had an ABC affiliate come to my home and interview me. They purged all the video I did. I did 40 minutes of conversation with them. They've erased the video. They fired the 2 reporters that actually interviewed me. I'm not kidding. They really do that stuff. Both reporters can't even find a job. They're basically blacklisted whenever they do interviews with me. This is what happened to me in 2015.
I went outside and I immediately saw a sting operation in my neighborhood.
The SWAT team had a controversial politician surrounded Friday night. They raced to his house thinking he'd stabbed his girlfriend to death, but it was a prank call. Authorities are looking for a man who called in the fake hostage situation.
And that call resulted in a SWAT situation outside the home of a third-party presidential candidate on Whidbey Island. KIRO 7's Natasha Chen found out this is not the first time that candidate has been targeted.
The process was, she was ahead of me and she had to lay down. And then I had to lay down, and then they cuffed me.
One moment, David Sponheim was inside his home doing his nightly video chat with supporters. The next moment, he was on the ground in his driveway with SWAT surrounding him.
It was almost surreal.
It was all because of this call.
Okay, and you said you just stabbed your girlfriend?
Yeah, I think she's dead. Her nieces are tied up in the bathroom right now.
Okay, well listen, what's your name?
Her name is David.
That wasn't him, but the caller gave dispatch Sponheim's address.
This is not the first time Sponheim says he's been the victim of a hoax. Several years ago, he said there was a bomb threat. Then 2 months ago in June, someone called in a threat, again pretending to be him.
It's evil in the sense that it's a sick joke. It's a sick hoax that people are trying to they think it's funny.
Even though Sponheim says he gave the sheriff deputies his phone number during the last hoax, the sheriff told me they somehow didn't store it in their system. Sponheim says detectives should have realized it was a prank because they even got on Sponheim's live video chat to ask his partner to call 911. I asked Sponheim whether he's being targeted because of videos he's done in blackface.
It's ironic people don't understand that this country was founded on and predicated on freedom of speech, and my right to impersonate the president was paramount.
But he and the sheriff are frustrated at how these pranks wasted important resources.
You can't possibly expect to get away with it. There's a lot of weirdos out there that are going to come out of the closet thinking that they can take a pot shot at somebody like me.
In Oak Harbor, Natasha Chen, KIRO 7 News.
Yeah, so I believe there were a lot of people that just did not want me to succeed, and it's kind of sad because here we are in a country that claims to be free and democratic, which is neither free nor democratic, and the world's watching this. They can see that there's something wrong here. The police have not even filed a police incident report. They claimed it was an open case. They wouldn't give us an incident report on this event that cost them about $30,000 in police resources. Oh, she has been fired? She's on yesterday? Okay, good. I'm glad she kept her job. Somebody told me they fired her. See, I can't rely on every bit of information I get. Well, at least she kept her job. But she won't return my emails. She won't even acknowledge me, which means they're not willing to accept what they've done. Natasha would have to answer as to why she didn't respond to my email. And it's in her email log. You can just go look it up under my name. She's purposely ignoring me. And I asked specifically for records, and she completely blew me off. I wanted copies of the video. They wouldn't give them to me. I don't believe getting in the Rolling Stone and libeling me and calling me a bizarre fringe candidate was good advertising. $30,000 for a SWAT in your neighborhood. That's typically what it costs. Believe me, the viewership alone I attribute to UHF only. If we had mainstream media attention, I would have been a household word in 2010. I would have won the race in 2012. I would have won the race in 2016 if I'd been able to actually get into the race. But they want to suppress a third party so bad they can taste it. The last thing they want is anyone naming Michelle Obama as a transgender. They don't understand that I'm not going to sit back and run a campaign that's defined by their power players like Kissinger. Trump is simply Kissinger's puppet. I am going to be running a campaign to try to reveal the truth about the lies our country's been engaged in. That's the campaign we have to run. Not some kiss-ass campaign. Yeah, I'm not a kiss-ass. Thank you. So we have a lot of great ideas that were completely cherry-picked by Trump. And you can see them in our book written in 2012. A lot of them are the same things he's talked about recently, like mobile medical units, ocean pipelines, ocean domes. I mean, all the ideas he used to get elected were stolen from us. And that's a serious problem. I don't go to doctors and have my throat worked on. That's how I'm still alive and Joan Rivers is dead. We don't transmit the UHF signal. It goes in through America's third party, and people pick it up and broadcast it every night. Because it's complete free content, people enjoy watching the show. I heard about the trailer that shows blackface. Yeah, they're starting to make it a mainstream thing now. I did that 8 years ago, the blackface routine. And it was my intention to break through the mainstream media with a unique video that showed pure satire. And it worked. It really did. But unfortunately, the mainstream media is much more powerful than any of us even realize. And they've got the ability to shut us down. But blackface in and of itself was had the leverage it needed and gave me the necessary boost I needed worldwide to be known now in so many homes around the world. So I'm a household word in Japan. People know who I am. I've heard around South Korea, they watch me. I'm #1 in Melbourne and Sydney. I am. And you think this is a joke. You don't realize the importance of something viral. I used guerrilla marketing techniques. And it's no pun intended. I use techniques that would normally defy your logic. But in order to breach the censorship, I've been using these techniques, slowly assimilated millions of viewers through word of mouth. Thank you. The Aussies love me. In Sydney, Melbourne, we're #1 in those markets. We've done very, very well. I don't make a penny doing this. I just know that people are watching me. Yeah, Robert Downey Jr., they didn't call him a racist when he was doing a blackface in Tropic Thunder, yeah. No, I've been censored on YouTube for some time. The YouTube video I made, I pulled almost immediately. It was copied, and a guy made a Blu-ray disc out of it and sold it to international dance clubs around the world. That's just one of the ways it got out. But they censored me on YouTube. They shut down our viewership. PK Truth and I are not on the same page. Yeah, I don't approve of anybody who would misrepresent themselves. I appreciate him trying to find the truth and evidence, but no way would I ever call up and misrepresent myself to somebody. That's just the worst thing you can do. I don't really spend a lot of time engaging in hyperbole and imagination. If there is no evidence, I simply say there's no evidence. I don't look at every little specific thing and say, "Oh, hey, she's just trying to hey, it's a bunch of garbage." Just everything is just a bunch of garbage. I mean, this is absurd. I have 23,000 viewers in Siam alone. I want to see truth. I want to see evidence, but I can look at any picture and say there's no evidence. It's not really a story there. And I'm not looking for ad revenue, so it's not like I need to, pretend like I'm building my YouTube subscriber list. I don't care. They started shutting me down. I was getting 20,000 hits a week in 2011. And then my viewership went down to 20,000 to 20 right after the Penguin update. I know, your in-laws in Melbourne have their head up their ass. Yep, they don't even watch TV. All they do is sit there and eat bonbons and fart in their big comfy chairs. Facebook is censored as well. I don't think you understand, none of you understand that the entire social network backbone, Twitter, Reddit, Google, Facebook, that includes YouTube, of course, and all the entire backbone of the internet is owned by a shell corporation for DARPA called In-Q-Tel. If you research this, you'll understand what I'm talking about. Twitch is owned by Amazon, which has also got a special deal with the U.S. government. Yep. Amazon is mailing. One of the reasons why the U.S. Post Office is failing is Amazon.com. USPS is costing way too much to deliver Amazon products. The deal we struck with them, you can deliver a package this big with Amazon for about $2. If you were to deliver that package the same distance, it would cost you $20 or more. I actually delivered a box this big, 28 pounds, from Seattle to Alabama. I paid $53. Amazon could send that for $3 or $4. So that's why Amazon is completely in bed with the U.S. government. Yeah, a YouTube bug, they call it. No, this is pure censorship. Yeah. This is them backing out of the reality that they've been censoring, just like Mark acts like, he's just limiting his server space. This is just a byline to cover their ass. This is a complete joke. Everything about YouTube is owned by the government. And most of this has been censored. Our hit counter, we get 1 hit per 1 million views. I've noticed that we get 1 million views on our website. And it's like we see metrics happening, but YouTube doesn't show it. Trolls over on 4chan politics boards noticed a curious YouTube glitch this week that allowed them to drive down subscriber numbers on any channel their tiny hearts desired. Today, the team YouTube Twitter account announced that, there's a bad bug rapidly dropping subscriber counts. These are the imbeciles that are making $300,000 a year working for YouTube, working for Google. And they don't even understand how easy it is to hack these things, apparently, because some people, they live for hacking. But no, I get about 1 hit per million views, yeah. No, they really have completely shut our hit counter down. You go to 2011, you'll see in my YouTube list of videos, my hit counter literally dropped from 20,000 to 20 hits in 1 week. It's called a Penguin Update. It's a technology. They claimed they were developing algorithms to enhance connectivity or search engine optimization algorithms. The Penguin Update was a way to completely shut down anybody who was a patriot, anyone who stood for the country, anyone who had a real independent view. And that's how they did it. So yeah, the government owns all the social networks. So don't tell me I should go broadcast on Facebook. That's owned by the same group. And they're running controls out of Allied Signal Corps. And most of that's coming from a general lack of appreciation for freedom and democracy. These people are bought and sold. They are owned. Military operatives that are just sitting there dutifully doing what they're supposed to do. I personally know a person who was in the Army Allied Signal Corps who couldn't spell, read, or write. But he was really good with computers. I'm not kidding. Yep. He's dyslexic, so he can't read or write very well, but he works with computers great. I mean, they could hack into computer systems, and they work for the communications hub of the Allied Signal Corps, and they are doing the work of the NSA, and the NSA, of course, is got their back fingers in all of the social networks, so they control the message. Unfortunately, they can't stop this UHF thing. and they can't figure out how to shut me down. Okay, this guy fell into a dam when he was using an excavator. Hidden down for hours. Look at this.
Went to a very rational place. Thought, I can just give up. There's no way. I'm not letting my daughter. I must think about how they're going to find me face down in a dam, dead. That wasn't going to happen. Well, not without a fight. So then I went to a very almost robotic state of just count to 60. So don't think about 6 hours. Think about 60 seconds. Think about 60 seconds. Move my arms, readjust, count to 60 again, another 60 seconds. Move my arms, readjust. And just wait and try and be calm and logical. Like I watch a cricket climb up a piece of grass for 2 hours. You know, it was just, I was stuck.
Wow. He was stuck in a pond for 8 hours without any help. Amazing. Very, very brave man to have survived that situation. Wow. Because if he moved, he would go deeper and deeper into the quicksand. Okay. You're not Woody Harrelson. I've had it up to here. Wow. Trump must break judicial power. You Trump-tards still think that he represents you. Oh, that's so funny. Coming from Pat Buchanan. Oh, my God. Trump must break judicial power. Oh, so in other words, the refugee ban should continue even though the appellate court ruled it illegal. So now you're grasping at more straws, you alt-right people. It would have been great if you're a great leader had a plan for no refugees, but when he stole the idea from me, he didn't ask me, hey, Dave, Donald here, just want to know how you want to do that exactly. Yeah, he didn't even bother. Disheartening and demoralizing, wailed Judge Neil Gorsuch of Trump's comments about judges seeking to overturn his 90-day ban on travel. What a wimp. Did our future justice break down crying like Senator Chuck Schumer? Sorry, this is not Antonio Scalia. Yeah. I think it was kind of cool that Gorsuch didn't suck so much. I actually liked his statement. It was demoralizing for Trump what he said about justices. Yeah, Trump told the court, I'll see you in court. What an idiot. You're telling a federal appellate court judge, I'll see you in court. This is exactly why Trump should not be president. I'll see you in court too, believe me, and I'm going after you personally. If you file your name is definitely going to be countersued. Whoever you are. Yeah, Trump was told, we already saw you in court and we beat you. Thank you. I had the idea simultaneous with Pat Buchanan. My father and I stood in this room in 1994. And we talked about a fence along the border fence. We didn't have a number at that time, but we said we got to have a fence to save this nation. And my father and I were then talking at the same time about, people like Ross Perot. But Pat Buchanan talked about it at the same time we did. Bottom line is I can't prove that, but what I can prove is that I'm the first person to talk about the 1,000-mile fence in 2008. And shortly thereafter, a couple people started, looking at that as an idea. Okay, hey, there we go. The end of the show. It's come. It's going to take you away to another dimension. Let's get pitted, and let's play that funky music. White Boy. We'll see you guys later tomorrow night. It'll be Freedom Friday. Take it easy. Bye.